Hello again. Welcome from our unexpected break for those who watch and listen in, although there are probably very few of those for us. Um, we return with our Saturday Ironheart Merchant Company Session 8 episode. Well, the episode title will be posted in there. I don't want to spoil what today's session's about. Oh yeah, we are back, hopefully, to our regularly scheduled episodes. And thankfully, the party still doesn't have to remember what they did last time, as we have notes for that. So, last time we left off, like a month ago, the party had just barely managed to escape a large ritual spell set off by Jakix, a bardic conspirator, I guess would be the best terminology to use in this situation.
Cultist.
Cultist, maybe? Potentially? That had managed to set off a massive magic circle around poor Utham's newly founded town, a world leader who at this point really just wants some peace and quiet. But yeah, as the party managed to escape with the help of an older frost giant named Yuke and his tunnel that he had directly to the city, Essa would escape without the other two as top speeds to warn Utham's men of the pending disaster. But by the time the poor party would get there, and to their dismay, it was already too late. With rats hot on the heels of Rollman and James, the two would barely manage to escape the tunnel as Yuke would give his life protecting them. With their lives spared for the time, the party, though bothered by a few guards, would finally reunite before storming out of the city prior to anything worse occurring. Though, due to some quick thinking on Essa's part, the party would not leave empty-handed, as Essa gathered up the old Frost Giant's storefront and returned back to the party. Goods in hand, now with fully repaired airship, a cargo full of goods, and a new goal in mind, the Ironheart Merchant Company begins their mission to the Tothlands as we rejoin the crew after a 9-month-long voyage of them training, enjoying the sun, seeing the sights, seeing the warfront, I imagine, on Krikek's waterfront as you'd skirt the continent.
The only thing we didn't bring was a spyglass.
Yeah,
I'll
truly.
bring robots though.
Good thing we're not in Kirkak anymore. Oh man.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, did I see those fucking explosions over there? Fucking crazy.
As the massive civil war would envelop the continent of Krikek, you lot seeing this would continue on your journey, full crew in hand, enough rations set up to get you to the next, your destination. You all would head off to the east, heading towards Kruar Castle. Passing the Dead Zone, as it's referred to by many merchants, or the barren lands, as those who live on the continent call it, of the once grand Titan's cradle, now reduced to nothing but roots that are browning and ground that looks to be dying every day.
From here, do we see a giant plant moving around?
You can easily see in the distance a Titan-like creature of that seems to be just towering over everything. Not high enough to reach your ship, but below you, it looks to kind of stand out. It's too far in the distance to really see anything squirming on it, but its size, with everything being so flat in this area, is hard to miss.
We're not going near that. Everybody agreed?
I mean, I would hope we wouldn't go near there. They kind of kill everything that comes into their land.
Essa and James looking over the side of the ship as I imagine Rollman at the helm giving orders to the crew.
Yeah.
As you lot kind of continue on your way, you see the large blackened mountain that is Kruar Castle. The massive walls outside that seem to have been fully enchanted as they seem to shimmer in the light. The city itself seems to have a massive opening at the top of the mountain as you lot kind of crest the mountainside itself, peering down. The massive city opens up as the caves expand out into large spires of towns and small cities, like being attached to each other through what looks to be arcane-like lights that seem to flash every few seconds as people seem to dissipate from one area to another as you kind of slowly sink down, heading about 500 feet underground as you come to around the mid-level of this massive city, seeing three main spire clusters of the city itself. Clearly seeing an area where there are airships that are already set up and ported. You see off to the left where a lot more storm giants and cloud giants seem to be set up. A semi-open district, if you will, for sailors and such seems to have been set aside. You do see an area to dock. There is also, further ahead, you do see the fancier airships that seem to be almost twice the size of yours. Many of them sporting almost 6 decks with cannons on each side, flashy, bright sails of what looks to be some finer cloth than what your own is made out of. Seeing the very well-dressed Toth-like creatures, these skinny humanoids with almost Kenku-like heads. They seem to kind of have their heads bopping or moving about kind of quick as they look side to side, having conversations that, from this distance, of course, you can't really make out. Those are the two places you see to make port.
We'll dock, I guess, with the regular ships.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah,
Let's not assume here.
Gotta
we're
make the
a
offer,
little
you know.
ship compared to the rest.
Okay, we see merchant cloud jets. They're only here. They only leave really for merchant stuff. I'm assuming if we're not taught, that's where we should land.
As you
do the big ships
I don't want to be
explode or something?
accidentally racist again. Get racism against. I
That's
don't want to be
fair.
killed.
Oh, would you say, Rollerman?
They're all kitted out. The Toths, they got spoilers.
Oh, you see fancy golden spinning shields that seem to sparkle with runic design that you can obviously tell even from this distance. It's a simple light spell. You've seen enough of them. Just showing the family's emblem on the sides of them as the shields spin. You do see slaves all up and down the ship of all different races, kind of chained. Some not chained, only having these strange tattoos around their neck, and then different markings right underneath their eyes. Some that, from this distance it's kind of hard to make out. But as you lot come closer, not head bopping like a parrot, more like as if kind of like a raven or a crow, kind of jolting side to side, as if almost kind of slightly paranoid. These creatures seem to always be wary and looking about.
I'm sorry, but that's just what I envisioned when you said it originally.
You do see, I will say, as you lot kind of come in towards the landing, you start to notice as you look about, the rumors of Toth being just these creatures of, like Kenku, like very skinny humanoid with raven and crow-like heads is actually pretty inaccurate, as you're seeing other bird-like creatures of all types that the only similarity they all seem to share is the very skinnier look to them and the darker colors to their feathers. There are chickens, cranes, hawks, all sorts of creatures that, as you're kind of looking about, that almost gives a realization to those of the scholarly amongst you that maybe the Toth and the Aarakocran aren't too different in species after
I was
all.
just about to say that.
Maybe there's...
It in somewhere.
There might be. But as your ship kind of comes to a landing, the crew goes about mooring the ship, getting the ropes tied off, getting a little bridge pulled over. Not as soon as the landing bridge is set up, comes on a very gruff-looking, large goose-like Toth with blackened feathers and what looks to be a very a little bit taller features compared to the others, standing about 9 feet tall, very thin, and on either side having storm giants that seem to be decked out in plate, carrying great axes, both of them, both clearly having the tattoos around their necks and both having swords tattooed underneath their eyes. As the goose Toth comes on, he looks about your ship, and then as he sees your chef come up above, he looks over to him and goes, starts speaking immediately in giant and goes, "You there! You shall explain why you would dock at this hour. We are not expecting your lot. This ship, I do not recognize your sails, and to bring such filthy, primitive creatures on board. How could you?"
James is just blinking slowly.
The chef kind of looks over at Rollman, then looks down at James, and then kind of looks and kind of stares at James for a few minutes, waiting to see what you do.
I'm going to just clear my throat and kindly go, "Sir, I'm the proprietor of the ship, the owner."
Do you say that in Giant, I assume?
I will say that in Giant, yes.
He goes, I do not speak to such young and weak creatures. You are nothing but slavekin to those vile fiends. Where is your master? As he kind of turns around, he looks over and it's kind of like you see as his eyes lock onto Essa, who at this point I imagine is kind of like trying not to be noticed.
I'm like leaning against a wall, hanging out
blinking
near James. I'm just a bodyguard.
Looks like a dragon in our court. You must be the one be responsible behind this. I apologize. What house do you represent? He looks at Essa.
All right, out of game, boys. I want a thought of the group. All right. Do I roll with it? Because I'm sure Essa knows some house names from Greg's Maratom's court. Do I roll with it, or do I say no, I'm not?
I don't know.
Do what you want. I will not direct you. Play as to
What
how
would
you
Essa
want.
do when confronted with a
I mean-
aristocrat that's questioning why we're fucking here?
And has brutally ignored her employer.
All right, let me get my words together. I think I know where I'm gonna go with this. Okay. Due to some things back home, I'm not technically part of my royal house anymore. Because I still have the tattoo on my neck area of Greg's Maratom's, like, the elite soldiers.
Oh, are you gonna show it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like, slightly moving the shirt area right there.
As
Due to
you
the war happening, I was required.
As you do, you see his eyes kind of widen slightly, and he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not know you are." As he kind of clears his throat. Your kin already serves as an ambassador here at the embassy. I apologize. I did not know you were docked at the wrong court. I fully misunderstood. I understand. I'm under the understanding that this small one is your your escort, the one showing you around and teaching you the ways of the merchant life.
He'll just nod. It makes it easier.
He looks down at James and goes, "You." His eyes narrow as you see his teeth kind of are slightly bared as he gets down, like face into James's face. You best be careful with this one.
Essa has proven to be a very good person to.
You would dare to name one of the Tam families? Do you understand how high ranked she is?
I am addressing her how she's instructed me to address her. Doing so otherwise would prove disrespectful, would it not?
I hate you, you ape-like creatures. You filthy. This is why only the avian and those of course, scaled, draconic ancestry are welcomed in these lands as anything but. He kind of stands back up, puffs his chest back out, fixes his shirt and his paperwork, and goes, I apologize. I will allow the court to know that one of Greg's Maratom's kin has arrived in the lands and is seeking to do mercantile business. Please enjoy your stay here. Your port fees have been waived. I do recommend stopping by the embassy to meet with your kin. They would probably be ecstatic to meet one of their own, as it's probably been quite a while. As he kind of slowly starts to back up, pushing his the two storm giants, kind of like nudging them as they're getting the grunting, backing up slowly. But they eventually leave the ship as he bows one more time and turns and walks off.
I'm
Was it
gonna
all
whisper
them
to a
giant?
whispering gem just so that it
Yes.
doesn't get overheard by him. Essa, you've earned yourself a fucking bonus.
Does Essa know? I'm assuming I would tell her. What is Tam? What's the house of?
So it's a big misunderstanding. Most people assume that any dragon that comes from the Diamond's Court is a member of Greg's Maratom's clan. And those who aren't draconic think the last part of his name is his last name because that's traditional amongst other races, like the giants, where many other races take their naming convention. So they think Tam, as in Gregsmar, Tam, even though it's Tom, is his last name. So that's why they are assuming you're of that house.
Oh.
Kind of like
We
Movasi,
love
many
certain
assume
things.
the
I'm
Aussie
assuming
is the.
Essa rolling with it is like normal at this point. Okay.
You'd recognize it.
Misunderstandings. What was that all about as I finish up helping the crew tie everything
The
down?
portmaster.
Oh,
So,
I'm sure that was a fun interaction.
He called
The-
me an ape.
The people here think everyone from where I'm from is part of the leader's clan, so it's best to just kind of roll with it.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm not going to.
And what clan
question
is
it.
that?
Tam.
Tam? Okay.
So if anyone asks who's in charge, just make them think it's me. They'll ask far less questions.
Well, from how it seemed, from how it sounded to me, he made it sound like you had hired us to teach you the way of mercantile, which works because that opens us up to be able to sell
So,
here.
I'll just do my usual and look like I'm shadowing you.
Yep.
The chef kind of looks at you, James, and then just sighs and goes, "I don't get paid enough for this." And goes back down below deck.
I just look at him, I give him the most apologetic look because of how the Toth treated him, and just like, oh, I'm sorry. It's just a general fuck money. Gotta make it.
Hopefully you
Good place.
buffed your armor there, James. Might be good to look good here.
It's leather. It's
Oh, okay.
about as good as it's gonna look. I would have fresh digitated it clean before we
Yeah,
got here.
you
so-
guys would note also, there's unlike any ship you've ever, or any traveling experience you've ever had, there is actually a tub on this that autofills with hot water. And it has the
Nice.
marking of Bardris, his Smith mark on the side of it.
I'm going to
Argus
recruit him one
tubs.
day.
Listen, man, you may as well excel in these kind of
I'm
worlds.
going to recruit him just to be a smith.
All right. Well,
He invented plumbing.
But yeah, you guys do, assuming you would be bathing regularly throughout it, yeah, you'd be, at least, most of your
And I
gear
would've
and stuff would be cleaned.
Yeah, I would have also made sure that we're all looking spiffy with prestidigitation the day before, making sure everything's clean with it.
I will say, given James's experience, James, you would recognize that also one of the reasons that played into, as you look over S's favor, is the fact that she's wearing magic gear, a lot of magic items now, and you all are starting to kind of pick up a bit more. Being that the Toth are known for their love of magic and interest in magic, means you have a bit more respect.
I
Probably
didn't
here.
use any magic, which would have probably helped him be a little less dickish to me, but at this point, I don't want to tip my hand.
Yeah,
I've
something
heard
to keep in mind,
rumors
though.
about the Tothlands. I've never been here personally.
But yeah, as you guys, as the ship as the crew finishes up docking, a couple of them set up or pull like straws, noting who's going to be sitting on guard, as the rest kind of go back below deck and start pulling out kegs of alcohol and start drinking.
They'll be
Well-
happy here.
Yep, they don't seem to be interested in going aboard or into the city. They just seem to be
Sure.
interested in drinking on the ship, while the people who got this, sucky end of it have to guard the ship up above.
all right. What do you want to do first?
Let's go. We can go see about offloading the scrolls, and then see if there's any workaround.
Well, maybe remember we talked about this. Maybe we do sell the things after doing at least getting a little bit of a rotation instead
Yeah.
of selling
Well,
immediately.
First,
Let's
and
see
just-
if there's any workaround then, and then we'll see about offloading the goods. If that's how you two wish to do it.
Now, are you guys going off? Are you deboarding with BK and Wagon, or is it just going to be the three of you walking?
I'm going
with...
to leave BK here.
Okay,
Do we, I
Shenya.
will first ask in the city, do we see like mules and carriages? Or is
As
it
you
not?
look about, this city is leveled and looks to be pretty massive. As you go in, it looks to be developed more like a wasp nest, as you can see a tunnel kind of leads into the actual city in this column itself. You do see off to the side a small portal where people are bringing in goods, but they seem to be being carried by humanoids. and Toth with Toth merchants or Toth employees walking or being the ones guiding them. You do, but otherwise you don't see any mules or horses or anything of that sort, other than the few that the Toth noblemen seem to be using, or wealthier merchants seem to use.
I may as well.
Doesn't look great.
I may as well claim the exotic thing. I'm gonna get Shunyet.
No. Shunyet seems to come out willingly and doesn't seem to be phased in the slightest as you climb on top of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we leave BK for now. It seems
the
trend here is they use slaves to carry everything.
Let's say I have a mount that can do magic as far as that, where that'll look decently impressive as I ride around.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, James, you have to walk on your 2 little feet.
I'm just gonna look up at Rothleben deadpan for a moment before I just walk off the ship.
I punch him lightly on the shoulder.
One of these days, I'm gonna get the spell to reduce you, and I'm gonna do that for an entire fucking day. And you're gonna get to feel what it's like to be as tall as me.
We'll see.
As the three of you, or as the four of you rather, start heading into the town, the port itself kind of seems to slightly float, kind of attached onto the city. As you step onto it, you can slightly feel it bend underneath you, causing, I imagine most of you, a little bit of concern. Shunya especially seems to kind of stop and wait for a second as things kind of mellow out. But you watch as more and more carts kind of come through a portal off to the side that seems to be getting opened by a dragonkin every few minutes, and it seems to cause the thing slightly to bend to the side a bit, causing everyone to shift ever so slightly as people start to head towards into the city. As you
see your kin, Essa. Sorry, continue.
No, you're good. I was just waiting I was letting you guys talk.
I mean, we'll see which of my kin is even here.
Well, hopefully they gotta pull some jobs.
As you head into the city, kind of finally getting into the stonework itself, the inner hive opens up about after 100 feet of walking or so. You kind of get packed in with other people trying to kind of come through this and see the city. Some slaves, some common sailors, most being storm giants that are offloading what you see are just piles of gold that they're bringing in and gems and other magic items. As the city opens up, though, and the expanded lowest level opens up, you see a open, bright, and expansive market with sounds of laughing, cheering, drinking, little stalls from different pirate groups, arm wrestling going on, people having good times, small little fights picking up out here and there. You see at the center seems to be a massive staircase that goes kind of like swings going all the way up, where you see Toth kind of going with their slaves, mostly heading up that way. Otherwise, you see basically this is what you'd consider an underground market of stolen and illegal goods just out in the open, just shops everywhere. You do notice a couple of the other merchant companies, merchants that you saw pop in, the actual merchants, seem to be following the Toth heading up to the next level. Kind of pushing through and not really doing anything on this level. As you see cut purses and thieves kind of also moving about the crowd.
Just be careful here, James. I wouldn't openly do business here. Maybe have me or Essa, if you want stuff from here, do this. That way we don't look bad to the company.
I'm guessing you're saying this into the Whispering Gem.
Yeah.
Okay. James is going to give you a nod. Because it's not going to look good for him to be purchasing.
And also say, in person without the orb. Might not want to be careful using it. Just don't trust them so much in a magical place like this. I don't know what they got here.
You see as just right at that comment, you see as a short little Toth like raven comes over, dressed in what is obviously like patchy robes, with slightly white feathers in his hair, or in his feathers. Hair? I don't know. Plumage. There we go. In his plumage. Yeah. As he kind of comes over, smiling and looking up at you, and goes, "You're not wrong. Most Toth can easily decrypt and tell what you guys are saying in your heads, and through those magical devices." He pulls out a very damaged hand that you can see is wound up, slightly bloodied from the bandages. And he smiles and goes, "You looking for a guide?" As he speaks in giant.
I'm sensible of this person. They, the kind of person that's gonna lead us down an alleyway and gonna mug us.
Well, I'll tell you, given their small stature, you're 100% sure
No.
they couldn't mug you, but
No,
you know.
You know what I mean.
Alright, wait, it's a group exercise of sense motive. Let's see.
Alright, everyone in the group is so
23.
cautious. 23, I've got one, alright.
I got a 20.
20, alright.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You can use the World Anvil roller or whatever else you want to use. I'm not bothered either way. Yeah, because I know the roller on our website's been kind of rough.
Five.
Oh, man.
That's why I don't use that roller, man. It's fun.
Rollerman, you're 100% sure as you look at this kid, he couldn't take you in an alleyway.
I shake his hand.
You're gonna get robbed.
Essa and James, looking at the kid up and down, James, you're not, and Essa, you're not unfamiliar with urchins, and you know that kids like this are definitely, typically part of gangs and stuff like cut purses. But the fact that he came up and has the ability, a magical ability to immediately tell what you guys were doing, and is giving you a heads up, either the kid's being legit or he's way more cocky and powerful than he's giving on. So that's really all you're able to pick up from him. You can't tell otherwise.
And then I'm gonna look to the kid. I'm gonna look back at Essa. What do you think?
Just looking far up because I'm all the way up on the head.
Mm-hmm.
My head is craned back.
Yeah,
Just
like, guide wouldn't be bad. Kind of shrug.
how much do you charge, boy?
I'll tell you what. If you let me eat with you, and let me come with you, I'll guide you anywhere on the next 6 floors up, as well as to the nobles district. I wouldn't take you to the religious district though. They'll capture you and sell you as slaves, or even worse, they'll start experimenting on you. So I don't recommend going there. That one's free.
Deal.
He kind of looks up at you in a little shock, and then looks up at Essa. Like, you can see a slight tinge of worry that he seems to go off for a moment, almost, but just as soon as you catch it, it is gone.
I'll just give him
Still kind of eyes you as he kind of guides and goes, well, if you're a legitimate business here, I wouldn't recommend doing any business down here. The storm giants here will wait till will follow you back to your ship and rob you once they find out you are wealthy. And if you buy any of their goods, more than likely you'll get hunted by the people that are trying to get them, because storm giants don't give away stuff, and they don't sell stuff for coin that they could just steal. They only sell shit they can't get rid of, and they're scared of whoever's coming for it. And the top down here, well, like myself, as you can probably imagine, are mostly here to guide you down places like alleyways to cut your throat. Or even worse, they're going to sell you debunked items that'll probably more blow you up that they're just trying to get rid of because they can't sell in the upper districts.
That's fair. Understandable.
But
Thanks for the heads up.
if you're smart, you can take these guys for a lot of money because you can sell your own debunked goods here. There are a lot of them like big bladed items. I watched a Toth come down here with a battle axe that had a bunch of gemstones. Wasn't worth more than 100 gold pieces in total, probably. Some guy bought it thinking it could improve his ability in battle and would guide his med to a victory.
Guys, I might have found a place for us to sell those gauntlets we've been wanting to get rid of.
Kid,
we can try at some point.
Kid continues to guide you though as you get up to the stairs. As you get up there, the guard kind of looks over and kind of looks at the kid, then looks at Essa, and then looks down at the kid and speaks in a very strange language that I know none of you have because you wouldn't have it unless you grew up here. So, as they start speaking something this strange language, the kid looks back up at Essa and goes, the guard says your family member has already spoken for you, and that you're allowed to pass wherever you wish in any of the districts. Again, though, don't go to that religious district.
Essa will just nod.
As the guards kind of pull up their weapons, the two Toth guards, at first as you assume them to be Toth, you get a better look at them. You do see that they have Toth beaks, or rather avian beaks, but seem to have troll-like bodies that seem to have been kind of had feathers forcibly stuck into, fully covered in plate, both carrying great swords.
Feathered trolls.
But as they pull their swords up, they as you start heading up, you can't help but notice the paintings on every few feet that seem to be of different Toth leaders. The kid kind of going through and telling you about these different noble houses, nobles and these very powerful and legendary Toth of old days. As he kind of keeps pointing them out as you're walking up. As he goes through, you see the last one looks to be a red Toth, or a red seagull-like creature that looks to be slightly beefier, almost as if it's. You ever seen that Godzilla-looking chicken, the one that's like 4 or 3 feet tall?
Oh yeah, the super buff chicken. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, imagine similar to that, with a lot of bright red feathering, and almost a goose-like mouth or beak. The creature, as he mentions, or as the kid kind of looks up and points at it and goes, and that's the first Papul, the latest leader, and the greatest leader.
That sounded forced. It probably was.
The kid looks up at you and goes, I would never force something in an area where his eyes are everywhere, and you should not speak poorly of our great leader in any place you go, for those types of people always disappear. And it's my job as a citizen to remind you of that.
S is going to ask a general question. That's not really bad. It should be fine. So if he's like the latest, is it first because that's like a recent title the leaders were given, or?
It's a title that he was given.
Okay.
It's all I know.
Very, very impressive.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Last week he ate a wolf. Watched it with my own eyes. It was a big thing. He brought it to an arena, fought it hand to hand in front of the entire citizenry that could get in, and then broadcast it to the lower districts as he tore into the thing with his bare hands. No weapon, just hands and teeth. And have you ever seen a giant wolf scream?
I'm gonna pet him.
That's gonna raise an eyebrow from. Because I'm sure we would have heard that Toth are not usually known for their physical prowess.
Oh yeah, you also have seen Sing. Most of the Toth are very skinny and very pampered looking.
I don't seem surprised when I look at the statue.
I raised an eyebrow, but I'm like, that's very interesting.
There is a thing right there of showing him being super buff. And
Yeah, but still, there are show muscles, and then there are actual muscles.
Yeah, but like with Toth normally physically, they can't even get show muscles.
True.
And besides that, James knows enough about magic to know that could have been an illusion put up, generally. But hearing this, it's raising an eyebrow and just, interesting. Good for him.
He's got another fight scheduled later this week. I think it's actually tomorrow, if I remember correctly. He worked it out with some big elephant fella, and got some dragon that he got brought out here. He's gonna resurrect it and then kill it and eat it.
Interesting. That'd be worth watching.
I recommend it. It's a great show. There's bets. I don't recommend betting against him because no one ever wins. But you know that one guy that does. Maybe he'll come out on top.
I think he'll get killed for speaking bad of the great leader.
Oh no! The great leader welcomes people to think poorly of him. He likes criticism. It's just well, usually the criticism people don't last for. You know, maybe that's the case. That's a good point. I've never bet against him, to be honest. I don't ever have money to go in those betting pools. As he's starting to walk you through the main street of town.
Just about. By the way, what's your name?
Doesn't matter. I am an urchin.
Keep getting told in different fucking campaigns. It's getting annoying.
He just kind of smiles at you and goes, it doesn't matter. I'm an urchin that was born without a family name. We Toth don't look at names the same way as you Malian races do. Our names are only given to us if we actually have value. If you kind of start to notice, you'll meet you'll meet some of the merchants around here. Ask them about their names. You'll kind of catch on to that.
All right. So what does someone do when they want to call for you? Just call you urchin?
Sorry, say that again, Roland.
If someone wanted to fly you down or call you to go over, would they just call you an urchin or boy?
Most people do. Yeah. I also have a card if you're
Egyptian.
He kind of pulls out a little golden coin and he hands it to you, Roland. And as he does, you see his a little like depiction of his face marked on it.
Seems a bit expensive to make this for an urchin, huh?
Oh, it's fake gold.
Oh yeah, even fake gold. Getting something is it well made?
It's lumpy. It's a coin. It's just
Can I roll profession metalwork to see if this to look at as I look at this coin?
You can give me a praise
It
check
looks
if you're
mint.
trying to.
I want to see how well made it is. That's why I was like,
Yeah, no praise check.
That's still
Okay.
a praise.
Mm-hmm.
that is a
Use your
14.
scales. Use your scales.
You would
Use scale.
you would recognize this as it is made by a dwarf, and this is a well-made coin. It is fool's gold, though. It is 100% fool's gold.
Is that why it's lumpy?
As you look it over, it looks to the reason why it's lumpy looks to it's been well worn. This kid's been using this thing for quite a while.
Looks like you've had this for a while.
He smiles and goes. He smiles and goes, yes, the man who raised me, he made it a long time ago.
I'm just gently hand it back to him. It's a good keepsake, then. With a small smile.
He kind of puts it back into his pocket and goes, if you ever whenever we part, if you're gonna stay in town, you can just, all you gotta do is flip it and it'll, ring and basically let me know where you guys are. It's a little magical trick, the man who, raised me taught me.
Knowing what I know, I'm gonna hold off on anything. I'll press him more for after we feed him. He might be more open to speaking then.
You can keep the coin. Out again, I was thinking here, if it's the same coin every time, and he gives it to people to use, makes me think bad things happen to the people that have the coin.
Oh, as he kind of takes it back, he kind of puts it and as he puts it back into his pocket, you hear it hit other metal, as it drops into his pocket. But as he starts walking you lot about, he passes by a few shops explaining, he says, he lets you know, the first one, over there as he points to a building with a very, brightly golden star and starred mask of what looks to be, like a depiction of sorrow and happiness. The drama, thing, I don't know if you guys know what that is,
Yeah,
but...
the masks of drama.
Yeah. And he says, that's a wishing mask. It's ran by Welby's, kind hen. She's a very, very nice lady. She does not like trolls, though. She has an avid hatred for their smell. So if you're a troll in disguise, I don't recommend going there. Down there, and he points down the shop, and you see a 2-story building with a large, depiction of a sign with a very fancy bladed knife. The handle seems to be embezzled with jewels, or emblazoned with jewels, rather. He goes, that's aristocrats. Aristocuts, as the new owner calls it. Davney Single Forever. He runs it. Very cursed name for that for him.
I'm getting the naming convention a bit.
He kind of smiles and goes, the Assassin's Guild, which you'll find in the Nobles District, is the Cloaked Gloom Guild. They are really nice place to go. I love the lady who works there is very sweet. Her name's Felbus Dazzlefeathers. Oh wait, no, sorry, no. He says he's a man. Never mind. No, that's right. He did tell me he was a man. It takes a second and goes, But yeah, then there's the Masters Guild. It's also in the Nobles District. That you gotta take the portal at the end of this main road, instead of going up the next level, and that'll take you to meet with Quizzo. Quizzo. He's an old man. He's just a pain. He's also very racist against dragons.
He doesn't have a title or name.
His family name is Twin Winged, but he's got 6 wings, so I don't know why they call him Twin Winged. There's 2 inns also. There's the one over here in what we call, this is the merchants district, the tower, if you will, column. And there's the like I said, the nobleman's area. Here we've got the Charming Inn, ran by Kelbus 3-foot. He does have 3 feet. It's kind of weird, but he's hilarious, and his comedy acts, you can listen to him through the window, and sometimes they throw out fresh bread for the people, some of the locals, and it's fantastic. Then there's the Crean's Leg Inn over in the Nobleman's District. That's ran by some guy named Darkwaddle. I think you can kind of figure out why he's named that when you meet him. There's also a Monster Hunting Guild. I don't remember where it is. I think it's up on the next level, if I remember correctly. If you're looking for the Adventurers Guild, which a lot of people have been coming here for, that's on the 3rd floor up. That's called the Crow's Bar Guild. It's ran by some guy named Jaren Featherspell. He's not really interesting, but he's kind of a weird dude. He carves spells into his body, like runes and stuff. It's freaky. There's also 2 merchant companies in the area, but you'll run into them as they travel about. I don't know where they're at right now because they don't actually have a shop. And then, of course, the embassy and the Slavers Guild. Slavers Guild's down below in the in the black market we're in there. You just gotta go deeper into it. And the Diamond's Court Embassy is actually on the 4th floor, on the top floor of this column of the city. You'll find it. That's where Grig is, last I heard.
All right. Do I recognize?
Grig?
Yeah. Do I recognize the name?
You do. You recognize the name as one of the black sheep of the family. One of the few members of the clan that was extremely noted to be extraordinarily ugly in appearance, and was despised at showing up at any family event and was exiled for it. He's still part of the family, just not allowed to live there.
Since Essa knows that the beautiful ones are ugly, she can guess.
Oh, she knows exactly who Grig is pretty quickly to figure out which one this might be. He was noted as looking almost identical to Greg, but, getting all the good genes, as most other dragons called it.
Okay. At least I won't puke upon seeing the embassy person.
You're prepared.
There's also some rumors you do recall slightly about him, where he makes up for it in his looks. He lacks in his natural charisma, unlike his cousin.
Obviously, he can't talk, but he looks nice.
Uh-huh.
Gotcha.
If you want, Essa, you could go visit them, and we can go get Sabin and in.
I think we'll be staying on the ship.
Or we could stay on the ship. Could do that too.
Well, the only thing is,
in the ship, we have to go through the market every single time.
I would say out of game, knowing that now that we have to walk through the criminal area every time we want to get to the ship, do we still want to stay at the ship? Because we have to go through the black market every time.
Do we want to leave it down there with just the giant, with just the frost giant supervising it too, and because we know the storm giants will kick their asses and just take off?
Because of who they think Essa is, I don't think anyone's going to rob the ship.
We'll take a look at the inn's prices, then.
Okay. Also, do you know those masks actually have names? It's Melpomen and Thalia are the happy and sad masks.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, they have names.
Tragedy and comedy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I was looking up. I was trying to remember the name of.
Yeah,
is tragedy and comedy.
Names. Melpomene is tragedy, and Thalia is the comedy mask.
Yeah, that's okay. Good to know. But yeah, so as the kid kind of takes you about, he looks at you, kind of stops kind of pulling you off to the side of the road as he grabs a couple of things of food from one of the bread merchants. You notice the kid doesn't seem to pay for it, as the kid just brings back a small loaf of bread for each of you, handing one to each of you, and then starts chewing on one himself. As he kind of waits to see where you guys want to go.
I guess we would discuss
You
that
need to
as
go
we're eating the bread.
meet with your kin. Essa needs to go meet with her kin, and we should probably check the Adventurers Guild for work.
I should at least say thank you for clearing up everything so we could go through easier.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we can go check the Adventurers Guild, see what jobs are there, then head to the inn, or hit the inns and see what we can find.
I'll meet you guys at the inn afterwards, if you want to do that.
Alright, which inn do we want to stay at? The one up in the Nobles or down here in Merchants?
Stay in the Merchants one. Might be able to pick up some know-how at the tables.
Nobles also probably going to charge us a lot more.
That is true.
Also, yeah, like Grumpy said, connections with other merchants that might be staying there is also good. So.
Well, I was asking because of... With how we ended up in the city, we need to make sure that we don't insult you or your kin.
The
yeah,
kid,
but they think I'm looking to be a merchant. Would probably be expected.
Kid just continues chewing on the bread. Well, listen, watch as you guys talk about this back
We're
and
talking
forth.
business.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the kid did say where the teleport was next floor, right?
Yeah. The stairwell to the second floor, yeah, as well as where to go to the Nobles District. Yep.
I'll have Shunya search channel because I was told the 4th floor. So.
All right. The kid just kind of watches as you take off and like looks back at James and Rollman as you do so.
All right.
Feel like showing us the way?
He kind of looks at you and goes, Where are we going?
Adventurers Guild, my friend.
He nods and starts heading that direction. As you two start heading towards the Adventurers Guild, you see as he kind of takes you down a couple of side streets, kind of passing by a few of the, a couple of the top that you seem to see kind of walking around with groups of storm giants, similarly dressed to the ones from the port guard or the portmaster. This kid seems to try and avoid them, taking you down side alleys and such, as he explains that every time you run into a group of guards, they make you pay a toll. And
he's saving us money. He has my approval.
I was gonna say, without a sense of motive, you can kind of tell a kid also doesn't want to have to pay to get through. As you lot kind of head through, eventually, getting towards the outer edge of the city on the opposite side of town, you see as a bunch of almost exotic of all mixed races of lots of different countries yet you've never seen. Gloom, Proto-Fiends, Rakshasa, dragons.
We've seen a Proto-Fiend. He was a dick.
Well, no, I know. I'm saying, like, you haven't seen this much of a mixture, like, of a melting pot as you walk up to the guild. You see the sign on the side of the building in common says, Crow's Bar Guild, and then below in common it reads, no, that does not mean we have crows in the bar.
I'm just going to blanket the message written under that and give a small chuckle. That question was probably asked way too many fucking times.
The kid looks up and goes, there are a lot of simple adventurers out there that come through these territories, surprisingly. Yes, well, but we've got a direct link to the Diamond's Court anyway, so that's probably why.
There's that, and the Tothlands are known for their magical prowess, so getting items here. Many adventurers would love to get their hands on a lot of powerful goodies and armor. Even
at the expense of being enslaved. Oh yeah, I know. He kind of nods. Yes, well, this is the Crow's Bar Guild. Inside you'll find Featherspell. He's the owner of the place. It doesn't look much too much other than the fact that he's got 3 legs. Oh no. He kind of stops. He kind of stops for a second and goes, no. He goes, this guy, never mind. No, he's known for carrying, no, he's just normal. He's kind of like, you see the kid flipping through a little, like, guidebook he's been writing, as you look, you see the similar script that you didn't recognize earlier.
I think the kid said, and I quote of this guy, he's boring.
He kind of flips, you see him flip the page, and he actually said, and I quote, simple and rather unremarkable. As he kind of reads it out and goes, but he's got a lot of carved spells into his body, so he's kind of interesting, but kind of weird. Good luck in there. When you need me, I'll be in the area. Just let me know when you're looking to go somewhere.
Will do.
And kid kind of nods.
I will quietly, and I don't know how much this will get him, but when I go to shake his hand, I will leave a single gold coin in his hand for right now.
Okay. As you do, give me a spot check.
Firstly, mark down the gold coin because I have a feeling I'll wait to mark down the gold coin because I'm probably gonna get robbed at the same time.
I will say I've been actually bodyguarding, as one does.
Yeah. All right. If you want to give me a search check for it, then as well, roll to help him out.
Roll spot check.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 17.
17. Okay, and Rollman, what'd you get for the search?
For search, I have a...
Being the polite...
Damn, dude. Yeah. As you're kind of watching... As you're watching the other adventurers, focusing on them, you kind of lock eyes, noticing a few of the adventurers that the adventurers who seem to be kind of watching you a lot. Not kind of distracted from that. James, as you go, you hand him the 1 coin. You, for a second, notice he kind of shakes your hands and smiles slightly at you, and then walks off. And you almost instinctively go for your purse, expecting the kid to walk off with it. You notice your purse has not been touched.
I like that kid.
The kid heads down an alleyway and disappears as he does so. As you head into the guild.
Last time we were nice to a kid, they got their arm ripped off.
Don't remind me. That
So-
wasn't my fucking fault either.
Suddenly in
I
the
told
distance.
him no.
Go ahead.
I told him no. He still reached to pet the dangerous wild beast. That
I
was
wasn't talking about
supposed
that
to be
kid.
smart.
I was talking about the stale hand, who also lost his arm.
Who also lost his arm.
If you had a nickel
Wait,
for every time it happened, you'd have 2 nickels, and that's kind of weird. It's
true.
happened
It's
twice.
just weird that
It's not a lot, but
But as you stand, you see the many of the other groups kind of watching you. Some of them drinking, none of them like coming towards you, but they definitely seem to be eyeing you as you stand outside.
no, I'm just gonna be like, let's go in and see what they have. We can talk it over with Essa before we. Well, we can decide on one, then talk over with Essa and see what we'll do first.
In we go.
Yeah, as you lot go in, you open or you walk up the stairs, hearing the wood creak underneath. As you kind of look about, both of you give me a will save.
God,
Okay.
Let's see what you got.
I'm gonna wait for him to roll first.
Is this
'cause I
an
know he-
enchantment?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go, guys. Go +3 instead of a +1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait to see what Grumpy rolls here first, just so that I don't roll higher than him and feel terrible.
Well, I mean,
Whoa, not bad.
you might as well
I'm
roll to see what you get, mate.
That's a 14 for me.
As
Much better.
as the two of you kind of walking up this, nothing seems out of ordinary. As you kind of walk up these stairs, you come to this the door. It creaks open, the bell above kind of jingling. You see like adventurers kind of walking about, talking, some joking, drinking at different tables off to the side. The smell of cigar smoke in the air. A large board with like different pictures and writings on it in common and giant and draconic. That seem to have like rewards listed below them. A bar off to the side where you see the very average-looking Toth that clearly seems to be wearing, or the guy that you're looking for, as you see the clear carvings into his skin where feathers have kind of fallen out and don't seem to stick back in. Just kind of laying in a chair, passed out. As he snores loudly at the bar itself.
Look, if he's passed out, there's no point in waking him up.
Yeah, you see a few of the adventurers kind of helping themselves from behind the bar, grabbing a bottle and pouring themselves drinks as he's sleeping in his chair. But yeah, as you two walk in, a few of the adventurers kind of take notice and stare at you for a moment, but just as soon they go back to their conversations and kind of seem to ignore you a lot.
Just walk up to the job board, I guess, for now, and see what
See
they
what we
have.
got here.
All right. So you see up on the quest board, just for those who are watching, I'm going to read these out because the players got these at the beginning of the week. You see the...
Before I go reading it, I'm guessing I'm a little too short. I'm going to grab a stool.
As you go...
here is taller than me.
You go grab a chair. That's slightly true. The Toth are humanoid in size, so their average height is like 6 foot something.
I'm like 5 foot.
So this is the first time that you're in a place where the buildings are like shaped slightly to your normal.
I'm just a
It's-
little
it's not
average. Okay, I
extreme
don't
like
need the
the,
chair. I don't need the
front
chair then. God, thank God.
Yeah.
Giant lands have worn on James. He was like in his...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you do notice most of the giants seem to have to don't seem to have to duck in. Even the buildings themselves, or the doors themselves, seem to be enchanted as they seem to slightly increase in size as other creatures and races walk through them.
How much we have, well, James is looking at the quest board. I wanna watch the door then. That sounds fun.
Oh yeah, so you just watch the door. A couple of different like people kind of walking through it. You just watch as they do, and the door seems to shape itself differently as they get closer to it. As you look over the board, the quests listed up there are a quest listed for death or retrieval for up to 10 pounds with a reward of 3.5 pounds of or 3.5 bars of cobalt. A displacer hog capture with as many as possible written in there in like what looks to be charcoal kind of scratched on there. The reward seems to be a potion cream, one potion cream per displacer hog. a cockatrice hunt, which is not noted to say how many or anything of the lot. That just says that it has the reward below lists a spell scroll of the one who completes the quest choice, handled by the Mages Guild. The Medusa Mine Clearing, as our famous quote from our fearless leader goes, what creatures are in the Medusa Mine? I'm not going to answer that question, dear viewer. I hope you can figure it out on your own, otherwise you're going to have to watch and find out. But the reward list...
Never go there, you'll be left in the cliffhanger forever.
Exactly. The reward is listed as half ownership of the mines by the Precious Owl Researchers Guild. The last 3 quests are the Zil Subjugation, that it has a listing of crafting an item being crafted for whoever completes this, and it's signed by the first Papul's house, which immediately the lot of you notice in common it's scratched on there with an arrow, very important, do not disappoint, in common. As it's pointed at the sigil. The other 2 is an ability devourer single capture, which the reward is listed as a merchant's license for Seji's nomadic horde, listed by the Thirsty Forest Merchant Company. And then, of course, the last quest that you see in the corner of the board, that's a couple of people seem to have taken like little markers off, as it seems to have like little tear-offs for it on who to go to. And you see there's almost all but 3 of them left. There used to be like about 20 of these things. And the quest reads, Love Guru needed. Reward given upon completion of 1 date and 2nd date planned. It's signed, Aristocuts Davni, single feather. And you read below, scratched into the, like carved into the wooden board by someone's knife, it says, do not take, not worth.
I get a good laugh out of that one.
I'm just gonna slowly look at it. Rollman, we're not taking that last one for sure, and Medusas are very.
I'd rather fight 10 Medusas than try that quest.
I hear you. If it's so important they actually clawed it into the paper and somehow didn't break it, that's impressive. But
right. Well, that Zil one seems like we can make a big splash if we complete that.
It depends on where the Zil are set up.
Yeah.
The Displacer Frogs though, with S's skills would be good.
Mm-hmm. Is it the only person that runs this place is the guy sleeping right now?
Yeah, from what you can see, there are other adventurers in the guild itself, but you don't see other people working or walking about.
Oh, okay.
You do see a back room where you can definitely smell and hear cooking and things going on, but nothing seems to be going on.
The Death Order as well, with Uranessa's lack of... Well, I wouldn't be able to assist you much other than instruct you on how to mine properly.
Lack of what, James? Say it to my face.
I'm just looking up at him. I don't want to say it, because, well, actually, lack of magic there.
How hurtful. I feel so hurt by this statement that you made.
I pat his side. You're fine, buddy. It's okay. Not everyone is gifted by the mana.
Uh-huh. I agree. That would probably not be that bad. Maybe we come back when he's awake. I don't want to wake him up. Probably a bad start to the...
I'm gonna look over to one of the adventurers and ask, how long has he been asleep? As I gesture to the guild's master.
You see a half giant who's leaning back in his chair talking to some Toth that seems to be fully decked out in leather gear and a couple of daggers. The half giant kind of looks over at you and goes, I don't think I've seen him wake up in like 3 days.
I think he slept enough. Let's go ask our questions.
Question: has anyone tried to wake him up?
No. But I mean, the liquor's good here. As he finishes pouring the bottle that he was drinking out of.
All right, I talked to Jane fairly. If we wake him up, everyone's gonna get mad because there's no more free drinks. So, do you have enough money to buy a round for everyone here? I have no money.
Can I see the quality of alcohol being poured real quick that they've been definitely sponging away?
It's well liquor. It's definitely sailor's liquor. This is cheap, strong. Yeah.
So a round for the entire fucking guild would probably be what, 50 gold at most.
As you look around for a price board, you see that a single shot is a gold piece.
Jesus,
Ow.
that's one hell of an upcharge.
Better than look like assholes.
I mean, we could just wait for Essa.
How many people are in here then? Since we have a price, how many people are in here?
You look about, there are adventurers coming and going and like coming in, hanging out, leaving, some are like staying, upstairs. As you start to kind of count, give me a spot, like a search check. Let's see how many you figure out, or you figure for.
Let's try this again.
Gotta get those battle rolls up now.
That's better. 21.
You count a total of around 65 people for all around the Adventurers Guild, counting the people outside sitting and the people kind of standing about.
I count about 65.
I mean, I could do that. Or I could just be that asshole.
Let's not be that asshole. It's not good at which adventure's bad at you. They might try and sabotage us if we try and go for a quest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take down the ones that we discussed about taking, which would be the Death Ore, the Displacer Boar, and the...
Well, let's not take them down. What are you talking about?
Well, taking the paper form so that no one... We're claiming the quests, Grumpy.
Without any information yet? We said the whole purpose of waking up with the dude was to get
Well,
information.
do
on
you
this
want it?
information.
Then go wake him up. I'm not gonna waste it.
That's what this whole conversation was about.
He's been asleep for 3 days. People are sponging off of him.
Alright, yeah, I'm going over. I slammed down my fist. Sir.
I just imagine the conversation that goes, like, immediately in a circle. James walks up to the board, and Roman goes, like, just immediately goes into this. James just looks back at him, okay, alright, you know, as the two of you exchange going around in circles, the other adventurers kind of watching, and some of them giggling at the two of you. You hear a couple of them comment, God, I remember when I was a new adventurer. As Roman finally tired of this, kind of walks over and smacks his fist onto the table. The guy kind of like stutters away and goes, huh? Yup, oh, how can I...
Around for the whole bar.
Fucking pour it yourself. And he kind of leans back and goes back to start snoring again.
About the quest.
Oh,
Jackass.
buddy, I just sat in on 3 nobleman meetings on a Monday. I know it's like 5 days later. Really, and what do you want?
Information about the Zills. You know where
They're-
they reside?
They're like Thrycrane. I don't know. Go ask someone.
Where are they?
Who cares? It's not my job to answer these questions.
I'm just grabbing the papers off the board at the same time at this point, just like...
Literally, just take the paper down and look at the back of the sheet. It tells you everything you need to know. They've got literally
And I'm
person...
reading over the back as I hear this said.
As you read on the back, it says, reach out to any of the Master Toth or Dragonkin in the area, and they will direct you to information on the Zill.
Let's go, Rollman.
Have a good day, sir.
He looks at you and goes, I hope you have a fucking shitty one. I'm going back to sleep. And you see him kind of like push the chair back again. You hear it creak. And as it does, it cracks and the back falls out, and you hear mother as he falls to the ground. As you lot
Hearing
leave.
something break, James
Nope,
wants
we're
to go back
leaving.
and
Nope,
repair it, but
we're leaving.
oh no.
I just push him back out the
James starts
door.
to turn Roman, like grabs him both hands, turns him back, and goes, no.
He's already in a bad mood. Do not.
As you head out, we'll be back.
I was right. Okay, let's just take the papers. No, I'm gonna go wake him up. We don't want to wake him up though. That's an asshole, motherfucker.
As you two head out of the Adventurers Guild, I'll come back to you in a moment. Essa, as you watch the the three guys, the two men you work for, and the kid that still has not really identified himself, kind of head off down one of the back alleys, disappearing. You start heading down one of these side main roads where you see a lot of very noble-looking Toth dressed in gowns of silk, carrying staffs of monsters and creatures you've never even seen, with little depictions of battles and other such things that kind of give you the creeps as you look at them, seeming to almost give a slight eerie feeling as you kind of get anywhere close to them. As the guards kind of start to clear the way, you see as wagons of Toth come in, fully decked out with bright exotic woods, exotic slaves pulling the wagons themselves. The Toth inside seeming to be just decked out in gold and other gems and jewels with magical items, clearly shining all over their body. As the guards kind of stop you about midway down the road to let this group pass. Are you gonna wait, or are you gonna push through?
I'll let him pass. It's not worth the trouble.
Fair enough. As a few minutes goes by, they eventually pass. The guard kind of nods towards you, thanking you in common for waiting. And as you continue on your way, heading up towards the main spire, you start heading up. As you notice, this spire seems to continue all the way up to the 4th floor. It seems this one is actually supposed to be connected, unlike the one down to the lower end. Maybe something kind of catches your attention in the architecture, if that's being done on purpose. I was told by him specifically to read that out. So, specifically for the player, if there's any players who are DMs in this group. As you head up though, all the way up to the 4th floor, you see as the top floor seems to have mostly Toth that seem to be more scholarly dressed. Many of them looking to be in white robes, carrying around staves that are definitely a lot more magically dense. Most of their gear looking more purposeful rather than fancy. A lot of these Toth looking to be very thin and kind of almost as if they're zombie-like as they walk about. But you see large schools, buildings, with marble pillaring, with Toth coming in and out, walking throughout. At the center of it all, you see a large statue depicting Grig Maratom in all his beautiful glory in gold. The center of a giant water fountain with some of the local flora and fauna from around the Diamond's Court. Behind it, a 3-story, very gaudily golden designed, almost solid gold, if you will, embassy, with what looks to be other races kind of coming in and out that look to be a lot better dressed than what you were seeing down on that 1st floor. Many of them seeming to wear similar clothes to the Toth noblemen, kind of taking on the fashion expectations of the culture here. As you kind of head through, many of the students and faculty of these multiple universities around this area seem to kind of watch you as you head in on Shun, yet some seeming to take note and comment on your mount, others seeming to think that you're some sort of nobleman or lost adventurer. You see a couple guards kind of eyeing you up, but don't seem to do anything as you walk about the court. Is there anywhere you would like to go in particular, or are you just going to go straight to the embassy?
I'm off to meet with Grig.
All right. As you head towards, you head up the stairs. You see the dragonkin guarding outside, wearing Greg's Maratom's crest on them, carrying brightly glowing weapons. They seem to kind of look over toward or notice you as you come up on Shun Yet. One of them kind of shouting "Stop" in Draconic, and looks as they hold out their swords towards you and ready their shields. They look at you, waiting for you to identify yourself.
I will introduce myself as Essa, and I'll show my marking.
The guard looks at you and goes, You're one of the Jaguar warriors. You're not. The guard kind of stands up for a minute and kind of takes his helmet off, and you see the most beautiful dragonkin you've ever laid your eyes on, with the obsidian-like scaling that seems to glitter in the sunlight, the very beautifully colored dark black eyes that seem to almost cause you to get lost in them. The natural seduction of this creature's looks almost seems to draw you in for a moment until he opens his mouth, and the draconic accent is very simple and very heavily accented with common, kind of losing a lot of its luster.
So this is Greg.
As you kind of look him up and down and look back at the statue, yeah, this is Greg in armor.
I wasn't gonna come by, but then I was told you had set up to let me walk through everywhere easier, me and my compatriots.
My cousin, as he takes a second, would of course never allow me to turn down one of his grand warriors, but it's very rare for someone to use our clan's name like that, especially when one that understands the joke behind the draconic clans.
I'll kind of dismount from Shunyet.
You watch as he hands his sword off to one of the guards. The guard seems to almost drop the sword as it seems to be weighted pretty heavily.
You know, I was told to identify myself, and the moment I showed the mark, everyone started bowing and scraping, so I kind of ran with it because they called my my merchant leader. Well, it's better not to say things.
A filthy peasant?
Worse, but yes.
I got the same treatment first day I showed up here, but to be fair, I spilled soup on the first pet pool on our first meeting. Yeah.
How did you...
Don't worry about it. But while you're here, you're under my protection, or rather the court's protection. Since you claim the name, the expectation is you'll hold yourself with the same value. If you screw up and get our name thrown into it, my cousin will probably hunt you to the ends of the earth and make sure your entire family's ruined. But otherwise, you're welcome to stay and enjoy yourself.
I mean, that's fair. I'll mostly be out of the way. We came to do a few quests, sell some things, and move on.
Are you planning to return to the court?
Like return and rejoin the court, or just return in general?
He looks at you again and goes, and then looks towards where your mark is, and then looks at you again.
I might rejoin up at some point. You know, I wanted to travel to get stronger.
My cousin is waiting. Let it be. I hope you know that.
I'll see him again one day. I will.
He nods and goes, well, if you're arrested or killed, make sure to come to the embassy. We'll get you out of the territory within a moment. We have a portal directly to the capital for the time being. Otherwise, enjoy yourself and do business as if you were representing our king.
All right, I can do that.
He kind of smiles and nods and turns and heads back into the large embassy. The guard kind of looking at him, looking at you, and goes, "Was that Greg?"
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fired.
What'd you do?
You just see him go pale. Yes, I thought it was Fred.
No.
I was telling him about the fact that I banged Greg's wife.
Look, if you're looking for a new job, if you're not killed.
Well, you're not here.
I'm gonna die.
If you get killed, you're screwed. If you just get fired, I mean, you're welcome to come find me later.
You're hiring?
I mean, merchant company always needs more people.
Because I'll keep
You need a resume.
Because I'll keep that in mind. I'll look for you if I And you hear in the distance a very loud roar come from inside the embassy as the guard kind of stands up and goes, "I think I'm being called."
Well, if you don't die, I'll see you later. As I'll kind of get back on Shunyet.
As you turn and you hear as the door shuts as the guard enters, you hear a wet splat as you start to walk away, and the realization kind of occurs to you.
He's dead.
As you head down, you see a couple of the Toth seem to kind of watch you with interest now as you head back towards the stairway, I assume, heading back down.
Yeah, I gotta go meet with the others.
Okay. Yeah, as you head back down, many of them seem to kind of watch you from afar, noting and kind of writing things in, and some seem to start talking about you in some strange foreign language. As you head back down, heading towards where the guild or the inn was that the kid had mentioned, you come back down to the second floor and see the same kid from earlier kind of walking about as he seems to be kind of following some guards that are haven't noticed him, as he seems to be kind of stealthily watching, kind of getting up behind the one of the guards with a couple of storm giants that are completely collared.
With what Essa realized, I'm just keeping my eyes on the kid while I walk by on Shunyet.
As you do, you watch as the kid kind of sneaks past the two storm giants' like legs, and gets up right behind the guard, cutting his coin purse, and seems to turn and run without the guard ever even noticing.
Well, good thing is, with me on the back of a giant wolf, I doubt he'll think I did it, even if he notices, so I'm just gonna keep walking.
As you do so, the kid kind of, as he kind of starts to head down one of the side corners, he seems to notice you for a moment and, like, blinks and then kind of, like, puts the gold behind his back as he slinks around the corner and disappears. A few moments later, though, as you find yourself back on the main, one of the side road, or the main road you came in on, you see as Roloman and James are kind of walking back down towards the same inn that you are, as they seem to be kind of slightly talking about, or still arguing about the whole taking things down situation.
Hearing the argument, I'm a lag behind a bit to maybe not be noticed for a little bit.
Oh, you're coming in the opposite direction. I'm gonna be honest. They'd be able to see you pretty clearly as you're coming down the street.
You're riding a giant wolf, and I'm just gonna drop it after. James will drop it basically the moment he notices Essa, and just go, this discussion's over. You can't go in circles like that, though.
How was I supposed to know the information would be behind the papers? Why do they do that? Why shouldn't they have it all available at once?
It's the conversation's done.
From that, I imagine you can pretty much glean all together what happened.
We found 3 jobs that might interest us. James will say up to Essa as they meet up, and he will hold the papers up for Essa.
I gotta know, DM, as a full-time adventurer, is that normal, having the info on the back of the paper?
Oh, not in the slightest. Normally what it is just a posting, and then you go up to, like, the whatever, like, bar or, like reception they have, and usually they'll tell you the information and let you know if there's anybody else on that quest also. So that way they can avoid that.
I had to be sure.
Yeah, no, this is very unusual. This is seems to be a very unique thing.
Okay. I mean, I'll look at the 3 quests. Sure.
The information's on the back.
Yeah.
James is very dead-eyed when he says that.
Do I know what a zill is?
Roll if you have knowledge nature,
I do.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I will mention, the guy said they're similar to Thrygreen.
17.
With the fact of Roman mentioning that as you're kind of looking at it, you take a second and you think, and you know there's rumors of like a primitive version of Thrygreen, that some protofiend was rumored to have slept with and made them, or at least that's how the joke goes. You always thought it was like a traveling joke, like something that people just told in bars. You didn't think it was a legit thing, but now that you hear the Zill and you read the description, you're kind of catching on. So you would recognize them as similar to Thrygreen, but with infernal heritage.
With the important part, do I know how they reproduce?
Oh,
they're very aggressive means of reproduction.
Oh, yeah.
Ah. I see.
What, you know something about this creature?
Oh, well, they paralyze people and bite them to lay eggs in them.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, it is. They're infernal
However,
Thrygreen.
those teeth might be very interesting.
Yeah, they're infernal Thrygreen, and they usually live in small groups, sometimes alone.
Well, we can get some information from Master Master Toths or Dragonkin. It says.
As you look about the city and realize you can't tell the difference between a master Toth, a normal Toth, and a duck.
I'd like to argue for the duck.
In this city, I'm gonna be honest, that duck could be just as magical. You don't know.
Yeah.
I'd like to argue.
As James
for
takes
the
a
duck.
second thinking about this and sees a giant magical duck flying through the giant city towards the nobleman
Are you
district.
dropped?
What would you have me roll with all the different colors out walking to start categorizing them of importance?
Like as in far as.
Like, because I saw some wearing fancier gear, I saw some, like, that were... How would you, like, use our categories, see if I can somewhat tell? Because all the ones I just saw, I look up to that.
I would say it would either be... If you have a knowledge, nobility, royalty, history, or I will take a sense motive on, like, if you want to try on a specific one that you're kind of you want to look at, like, just pick one out of the crowd. Yeah, I'll take history. I know Rolliman has nobility, right?
Not 20 for a 25.
No, okay. Damn.
Knowledge, history, and local.
That's fair. Okay, I thought you had nobility.
And local is to the Snowdwarf lands.
And this just history. You would know that. Well, simply put, Toth work as a simple hierarchy of like meritocracy in a sense, right? So you note that most Toth are going to probably be based on that older and experienced. It's not hard as you look about to notice that some of the older Toth seem to be wearing very specific crests that they seem to carry around, like emblems around their neck, or they seem to carry something on their staff that recognizes them as a higher member of society, as compared to the Portermaster you saw earlier who was not wearing this symbol.
Okay. So do I see at least a Master Toth?
As you look about, you do. The only problem, as you notice, is the one that is riding on the giant duck flying towards the nobleman's district. You also, as you look about the streets, you also notice there's not a single Master Toth amongst the streets, other than the ones that you saw on the very top floor, on the 4th floor, as well as the ones that were in the carriages that you waited for.
Essa takes a deep breath and goes, I see a Master Toth looking up at the duck.
James is just gonna look at us, and go, Is it the duck or the thing or the person on the duck?
Person on.
It's a good question, I say.
The eye roll I imagine Essa gives at that point.
Let me help you out here just a little bit. What master of any race would let someone ride on their back?
If they have a kid?
Essa just sighs and starts walking towards the end.
Also a good point.
Especially as another egg-laying species suddenly realizes that most mammals probably think, right, that the smaller version that is riding the bigger version is the kid, and so that means all those stories of dragons like Movasi who just decide they don't want to fly and make someone else fly for them. They all think Movasi's their kid is the kid, and that's you realize the racism that's always been going on here. So now you never know. To James, you might be a child.
I'm not saying it in character, but I'm just thinking of DM, one of your favorite books, Stellaris. Damn mammalians.
I know, right?
In my tribe, sometimes when there was time to play and have fun, they put the kids on the adults' backs and they piggyback.
My pa and ma did that with me when I was really young.
Essa just goes, that's not, we don't, whatever.
Wait, do dragons not do that?
We don't do that.
Okay, I didn't know.
What if they can't fly, but then you
Then
need
the kid walk.
That's harsh.
Plus you gotta understand with dragons, the kids due to size fly better than the adults.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because when they get bigger, it gets harder to fly.
As you two, the four of you have this conversation walking towards where you'd seen the charming inn. The kid had pointed out the inn with the big heart on the front of the building, the very vibrantly painted pink heart with the rainbow on the sides of it. Yes, this was a specification that was requested.
It's the gayest inn in the world.
You see the inn is called the Charming Inn, as it's written in common, and below it you also recognize that same script that you keep running into every once in a while that you can't seem to read.
I asked the kid, what's that say?
As you look about, you don't see the kid anywhere around.
Oh, he's gone.
He's not.
He
He's
didn't
not.
get his meal.
Call for him.
Oh, he doesn't get his meal. He's
Yeah.
not here.
As you say that, you suddenly hear, what? Sorry, you needed something, sir. As
Yeah,
you
what
see him
was that?
pop out of like
Fucking nowhere.
out of an alley, one of the side alleys.
He did request with us, and we're at the end. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's gonna
as
be a meal.
he kind of looks and he goes, "Oh, that's Toth script. I'm told non-Toth can't read it. It just reads yes, that's a charm spell, you idiot. Don't click it." I don't.
Like what?
I don't. Well, so I think it means like hit the if you hit the sign, you'll auto charm yourself.
no, I'm touching that then. Yeah, all right.
Is the sign somewhere where you can touch it? I thought it was on like above.
It's about 10 feet off the ground, like above the door. The
Well,
door
me-
itself seems to stretch slightly, forcing it to go up
That
higher.
warning seems pretty useless for giants if they can't read it.
I'll say, so me on Shun hits back, I could reach it, but
Oh yeah.
I just look up at it from my height. It's just like, sure, I'll touch it.
It's for all the people that love touching the top of doorways.
The kid goes, we had a storm giant guy who called himself the Pirate King come in once, decided to smack the door, said go team, and as he did, he spent his entire pirate earnings that day in the inn. It was a great day for the inn owner. The inn owner retired and made his son take over the place.
Well, I
Um,
hope you're hungry.
he,
I
smi-
will be looking for the specific script everywhere. By the way, just so you know.
he smiles and goes, you know, I'm good. I like my vegetables. I don't eat meat anymore. It's kind of a thing for nobles and wealthy people.
Honestly, they only have meat here. Is what you're saying.
Yes. I guess as a guide, that's something I failed to mention. So Toth, we don't. No, okay, so noble Toth and like merchant tile Toth, if to like generalize the class system for what you'd understand it as, don't eat vegetables, fruits, or anything that doesn't come from basically slaves. That basically the idea is we enslave people. The nobles experiment on them. They turn them into a very good food source, or make them strong. And then when they die, we chop them up, turn them into a slurry or whatever kind of meat we want to eat, and that's what gets served. Even our alcohol is made and diluted from their blood. The only thing that you're gonna find is what they call corpse mushrooms. That's the only vegetable, and it is a mushroom that specifically we have slaves implant in the bodies that grow. They grow into like 4 foot tall, like 3 foot wide mushrooms that are just packed with really good meat tasting things. But the issue is if the seed touches your skin, it just auto digs in. There's nothing you can do about it, and it'll start to grow until it absorbs all the nutrients in your body, even to the point your bones cracking. It's a horrendous fate. That's the closest thing you'll get to a vegetable or a fruit in anywhere outside of the black market.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Understandable.
I gotta play the part. Noble. Gotta eat like a noble.
I'm told it's good. I like I've been spoiled by local or exotic cuisine, and I consider the Toth look down on my taste buds as disgusting and disturbing. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not eating the ass cheek of a troll.
James is gonna lean down to this kid and look him dead in the eyes and go, I agree with you.
Yeah. And so if you guys have fun in there, I'll be around. Again, just let me know when you need me. I'll be around. I know where you guys are going, or at least I'll be able to find you.
I might need you to show me where to get some regular food for.
Well, you're cute and short. You'll probably be mugged before I can get you to a restaurant that will serve the food you're gonna like. It's nothing personal, but storm giants will use you to take you and toss you back to their slaves, or even worse, they'll give you to their kids to play with. And their kids don't play like you teach your kids swords and shields or swords and staves and stuff like that with wooden swords. They don't play with wooden ones. I watched them dice up a fully grown Goliath because the kids thought it was funny. They tied the Goliath down and they chopped him up. That is not a fate I wish to any man. The kid kind of smiles, goes, but yeah, so I'm gonna go get normal food, but you guys have fun. I've got plenty of coin for right now.
All right.
Essa just looks at him like that. Just goes, yeah.
The kid smiles and goes, but yeah, so you guys enjoy your stay. This is the cheaper of the two inns. I do recommend. You'll find the owners of the two merchant companies that like to prowl around these areas drinking in there. enjoy their fun company. Otherwise, I'll be going and enjoying my time down in the black market as you see a little fat like sack that's been like recently sewn together with a patch on it that he kind of jingles, and he turns and starts walking off. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm glad I have purified food and drink. Oh god.
All right. Let's go in. Let's get some food.
Yeah,
Room.
as you head in, Rollman excited about this.
James
New
is
cuisines.
I know, right?
James is looking very like, I don't want to eat this.
I've eaten worse.
I've also eaten worse in the Is it jungle where the elves live, or is it just?
Yeah, it'd be jungle.
James,
Yeah.
James is blinking and just looks in the only time I ate worse than this was the first 4 months of the trip.
I've eaten jungle cuisine and a literal hydra, which tried to kill me as I ate it.
I could have done. I ate bad food for training for
As-
4 months.
As the four of you walk in, you see the many not Toth, but rather elves and Goliaths that you see and orcs walking around. Many of them dressed in very professional leather like butler like and maid attire, walking about and serving many of the. What you recognize obviously are more pirates than merchants that are seeming to be sat in different booths that are all made of like a silk like velvet and cushioned. There's a couple of chairs at a large bar that seems to have different types of liquor, some with things that are floating in it, others that seem to be specifically being poured over the skull of a creature. One guy you watch as a Toth adventurer that seems to be sitting at the bar requests some drink in this strange script as he speaks the language. You watch as a troll comes out and the bartender just cuts the skull off, cracks it open, scoops out the brain, fills the skull with liquid, hands it to the Toth to drink as the Toth does. It's a very exotic looking inn, if you will, as the center seems to have a very open stage where a guy seems to be telling a joke in Infernal that seems to be not landing at all amongst the crowd as you see this hill giant kind of like laughing at his own joke as he tells something, or as he says it. There you see the second story above where a couple of storm giants seem to be kind of leaning over the rail, laughing and spitting down on the comedian on stage. Both of them with what looks to be a very obvious looking. Well, to each of you, it looks like of your race, a very obvious hooker or prostitute that is like working under each arm of these storm giants. It seems to change based on the individual. As you look about, though, the inn seems to be pretty lively. Many people talking and joking. You do see a section quartered off with a velvet rope that reads merchant in common.
Is anyone sitting there?
You do see two people sitting there laughing and joking, drinking cigars and drinking some sort of blue sparkled liquid. The first is a water genasi who looks to be have really bright blue hair that almost like sparkles. And as you kind of look at, you're not sure if it's a female or a male, but they seem to be wearing a very exotic leather armor and like different bone-like weapons that seem to be all attached throughout their body. The other person looks to be a large looking, just normal green-skinned troll with its pimpled skin, covered head to toe in what looks to be nobleman's clothing, seemingly with a cigar in its mouth. Every once in a while, or every few seconds, you do notice a strange tick on the troll where its lip kind of splurges out as like little black tendrils, and then kind of pulls back in as the cigar kind of moves away from its face. But the two seem to be chatting and joking as a couple of elven slaves seem to be kind of awaiting on them, bringing them drinks and food.
Well, where do we want to sit? Pirates or merchants?
Or at the bar.
Or the bar?
That is an option.
I personally don't mind the bar.
I just imagine Roman with the biggest smile on his face as he like leans down into James, looking at him.
The drink looked interesting, don't you think?
It's like the
You're
smiling
gonna need me
bubble.
to heal your ass, and I'm going to begrudgingly. and I will never let you live that day down. I walk over to the bar and slowly climb up.
There
to
we
a
go.
stool.
I'll sit next to him.
Alright.
I'll have what he's having.
The fuck?
No, not
You
to
order
you.
your own shit.
I said no. I said that to the point at the guy who got the drink with the skull.
The skull. The Toth looks at the bartender, kind of looks at you and goes, "All right, one skull cracker coming up." S, are you joining them or are you
Yeah, I just need a spot with another empty seat near it because I'm just shouldn't get sit where the seat should be, like right next to it.
Okay. All right, as you kind of go a few seats, like a seat down, or move the stool off to the side, pushing it over a bit more so Shunyet can just sit there. Shunyet kind of leans up on the table, and the guy just kind of looks at you, looks at Shunyet, and then kind of like pours a big bowl of water and sets it in front of Shunyet. And then goes back and to going over to one of the smaller slaves. You see as he kind of grabs what looks to be a dwarf Roloman and drags him over to the bar, and you watch he does the same process, slams his head into the side of the table, cuts the neck, cracks the skull open, scoops out the brain,
The
and fills
slave?
it with liquid. Yeah. And he
I
just
didn't
puts
realize that part.
he just puts the skull on the or on the counter with the drink. The blue drink seems to fizzle and turn slightly purple as it does so. He goes, "Oh, dwarven spice."
James is just gonna get a cup of water.
He looks at it. He goes, "Oh, alright." And he kind of reaches over, puts the water down, and he looks over at Essa and then waits.
Is there anything like showing like what do we got in general, like special stuff like that?
They're just weird-looking bottles throughout on the walls. He just kind of looks at you and goes, "Okay, allow me to go through. We've got skull crackers, we've got our slave menus, we've got our expanded menus, we've got our draconic menus, we've got giant menus. I've got dwarven menus. I've got whatever you need. Are you looking for a specific racial thing? Are you looking for an effect?
Draconic would be appreciated.
Are you poison immune?"
Yes.
He nods and smiles and goes, "All right, one coming right up." And you see he kind of goes to the off to the side. He pulls out a bottle that looks to be like black metal. As he pours it into the glass, it starts to sizzle. And you see as he starts to rush, pouring other drinks into it as the glass starts to smoke more and more. And he starts like as a master swings a couple bottles around, doing as the jokes starting to land from the guy in the center. The drink is finished as he puts what looks to be at first you think is a circular ice cube, and as he plops it in, it floats up to the top, and you see it unfolds to be it looks to be a little like potato bug like creature that seems to slowly fizzle and melt into the drink. And he goes, "Have a taste."
All right, do a shot.
As you try it has a slight burn. You feel your throat kind of slightly tightens in, but due to your poison immunity, you take no ill effects as it has a slightly almost raspberry aftertaste, and kind of starts to clear out your sinuses, and kind of gives a bit of a refreshing, almost breathy smell to it with a very fruity and flowery scent from it.
I lift up my glass and cheers the other two.
Yeah. This is just S's thing. Everything I drink is gonna be poisonous. If someone steals my drink, they're gonna kill themselves. That's all this is gonna be.
Someone tries to poison your drink. It's like,
It's not gonna do it, but I'll know it's poison. I'll taste a different poison.
It's like, why is this not?
I did not order this.
I don't remember my nose tingling the first time I took a taste of this. But yeah, as you each tears, James with his water, Roman with his skull, and Essa finishing polishing off the rest of her drink. You see Shunyet kind of like tips the bowl slightly, and then starts licking at the water again. As you drink it down, James, the water. Give me a fortitude save.
Oh god,
Water's poisonous.
Jesus.
So water anywhere is never good to drink, by the way,
I was
in
gonna
this
say
era.
before I took a sip, I was gonna cast Purify Food and drink.
Oh, are you? Okay, that's fine. All right.
So that
okay,
it's
it's
safe
like,
for me to drink.
like
I'm not
Similar
gonna.
ages. It was better to drink fucking cheap booze than it was.
Yeah, because you wanted to make sure it was distilled. You wanted to make sure all the crap was pushed out of it or burnt out of it. Distilled out. There we go. Yeah. So as you cast your spell, as you cheers to the other two, Rollman, this drink is spicy, almost as if you just drank straight Tabasco. As it goes down, kind of slightly burning your throat, and as you kind of finish it off, as it kind of thickens going down, The aftertaste almost kind of becomes slightly minty and seems to the spice goes away almost immediately as it does. The texture seeming to dissipate with it, and you're left with a kind of a sweet, minty aftertaste. And the guy looks at each of you and goes, "So, are you looking for an inn room? What's the
Yes.
plan?" All right. Our rooms start at 500 gold pieces a night.
Oh man.
We for if you're looking for a company, it's 1,000. We do single beds only, so one person per room. And beyond that, that's otherwise your drinks, your food, and all that is included.
I don't think we're sleeping here.
I mean, like, I can afford it, but it would be a lot of my money.
He goes, by the way, for the drinks are in the house. The water will be 200 gold pieces.
Damn.
It's not easy getting water down here. Do you know how hard that stuff is to get and make sure it's cleaned enough to serve?
God, fucking damn it.
This is the last time James ever drank water. Ever.
No, James will never sell that fucking pitcher. He's just gonna. James
He's
will
gonna
start
bring his
selling
own
that
water
pitcher.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, they said that was gonna be. Never is gonna order anything again without asking the price first.
Probably that too, to be honest.
There's that as well, as James will just slowly set out the 200 gold.
Oh, I appreciate you. As he kind of as the barkeep kind of slides it off the bar and pockets it.
Slowly, once his cup's empty, James is just gonna pull out his own pitcher that's creating water and just pour himself a clean glass.
He kind of stops you as he waves his hand, points to a sign, and as you look over, it reads in common saying, "No use of magic items within the bar."
Damn.
He goes, take it to a table if you're serving yourself.
That's fair.
I don't want you giving my customers any ideas. You sit at a booth, or you order and drink what I give you.
I'll say we can out of game. We can move to a table if you want to use your pitcher.
It creates clean, drinkable water. This is much safer.
Oh, you shouldn't have ordered water then.
Fucking hell.
The barkeep kind of looks at you and he waits for you to put the thing away or get up and leave.
I already said I put it away.
Put it away. Okay. He goes,
Well, we're not staying, I guess.
not doing too good on the skies these days as he starts to clean a glass.
What'd he say? Skies or
He said
skies?
not doing well in the skies these days.
The skies.
He's saying we're not
Right.
doing well as air merchants.
Yeah. That's...
Or pirates, you don't know.
Or pirates. Well, he might assume we're pirates because we're not in the merchant section.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're sleeping in the.
We're sleeping on the ship, which I...
We could also go here because we have to leave the city to do the quest.
Oh.
Anyway.
I don't recommend sleep on your own ship if you get docked and down. I've heard the quartermaster likes to honk throughout the night. And I wish I was joking.
It'll be alright.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah, a few of the pirates have threatened to wring his neck, but so or no have managed to do it. I watched one guy get knocked off his ship by his guards, though. It was, poor dude, but he's dead before he hit the ground.
Yeah, I'm sure his guards are tough, huh?
Well, they were storm giants.
They have to be if they're guarding his pain in the ass.
Oh, I'll bet with the things that comes out of his mouth.
I watched him scare off the Golden Art Merchant Company when they came to do business. They were doing a job for me, and he chased him off because he said he wouldn't let dwarves into the lands.
What job? Mind me asking? Unless that's private information.
Oh, no, it's nothing that bad. They were finding me some orc slaves. I had them going abroad to find me exotic and unique slaves that I could add to my inn. As you can see, they make great for taking orders. Terrible for the company, for the local, or for our locals, we'll call it, as he points to the pirates. But very good at competent at taking orders and cooking. So, I sell and trade in slaves with the Slavers Guild, but they charge so much for very crappy merchandise. So, easier to get to from a direct source. You wouldn't happen to have any for sale, would you?
I don't believe so.
Ah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So what's the game plan, boys? Because we can't do the Zill thing because we can't find a master toss
We said also
or a
Dragonkin,
dragonkin.
right?
He kind of coughs and goes, and it kind of points towards one of the booths as you start talking, not having ordered another drink.
Fair enough.
We'll move over to a booth.
It's fair enough.
As you
Well,
look,
that's-
We ordered it.
yeah, as you look into the booth, I imagine James and Rollman on one side with Essa and Shenyet kind of curled up onto the chair on the other. As you enter the booth, you notice immediately some kind of a glimmer of light kind of goes around the booth, and as you look at it, you recognize this as a silent spell. It seems to make it so your voices are not being heard outside of this bubble, or outside of the booth.
Very customer-oriented thinking.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not
I
prep
might
to the,
try to sell him
owners.
the pitcher because that's clean water. Granted, he's still gonna charge people at the fucking nose for it, but
Good. It's yours to sell.
later. Later, let's first get some jobs done in town and get some notoriety here, and that's good for us. So what did your kin say, Essa?
That if I fuck up while we're in town, I'll probably end up dead. I'll be
And since
hunted
we're
by
an extension
a
of you,
leader.
we'll... Since we're an extension of you, that probably goes for us, too.
Probably, yeah.
Cool. Let's not do that then, huh?
Yeah, I'm just gonna not talk to you. I don't have to talk to you.
Do you think
Well,
you'd be
then
able to
it's
talk
gonna
to
be
the
we'd
Dragonkin about the quest though? Get some information.
I look around. We entered. I didn't see a dragonkin or anything, right?
Nope.
Yeah. I
Not
mean,
that
like,
the embassy that are...
doesn't it say if there a dragonkin nearby from the?
There was
It says
yeah, there was one at the portal that you saw when you first entered the city.
Yeah, so I can go talk to him later if I can find him later. Because I don't think the embassy ones would know about a random quest on the board. I'm gonna be honest.
All right.
We can talk to... That covers that one to get information on the Zill. The Death Lord and Displacer Boars are interesting enough. I will read the back of the Death Lord one and the Displacer Boar one aloud for the party.
Yeah.
If there's any extra information there.
As you turn them over, those two specifically do not have anything noted on them, other than a simple signature of what looks to be a white wing drawn on the back and painted on.
What does that mean?
As you say that, you see as the kid kind of comes in and kind of scooches up onto the chair behind Shunyet. Shunyet kind of annoyingly squeezing up onto Essa. And the kid goes, "You cold?"
No.
What does this symbol mean, my lad?
That's my symbol. What do you mean?
What?
So, you know about these two jobs then?
Yeah, I'm the middleman on. Yep, that's correct. A lot of the nobles will hire other people so that way they don't have to deal with the public. So, yep.
Well, what can you tell me about them then?
Well, one's in a mine, one's in a jungle. What do you want to know?
Where is this
Let's cover
mine?
the-
Where is this
let's-
jungle?
Let's cover the Death Or mine, yes.
Oh, the mine? Oh, it's about half a day's travel by airships southeast of here. I've got a map. And he kind of he opens up a little bag that you suddenly see appear on his side, out of nowhere. And he goes, I took down a map. I drew it because the guy said what was his name? He kind of take it doesn't matter. He said I couldn't tell you anyways. He told me that if I had to tell you guys about this, I was on my own because I wasn't allowed to have the map. So I drew everything down from memory. Guy doesn't know I went to cartographer school. And he posted up and he goes, "This is everything down exactly. I might be planning to go rob it later, but that doesn't matter."
James is gonna ignore that second part.
Any monsters in the mine? Anything like that? What do we?
Yeah, you know those gray fat fellas? They're like trolls, but they're dumber and more like. And he points over to points at Rollerman, more like you. Not to be like insulting, but like big.
They look like me or big as me?
Pseudo trolls or Goliaths?
Oh, not pseudo trolls. I've seen those.
Pseudo troll would fucking murder us.
No, it's I don't know. I've only heard stories about I don't know what they're called, he goes, but they're just giant gray humanoids that are really dumb.
Well, how tough are they?
What can I roll?
You can try a knowledge nature or or survival.
I will give a survival
All
check.
this to figure out if it's a morph troll or not.
25 nature.
It is not a morph troll.
20 survival.
It is definitely not a morph troll. With a survival, you're 100% sure it falls in the troll family. With a 25,
I'm a fucking troll.
you are not familiar with this creature enough that you would know to recognize it off the top of your head. However, the description sounds somewhat familiar to a creature you have seen in Greg's Maritom's lands in your younger years, or you would have seen. And it would have been roughly rememberable. This sounds similar to something called a Grey Orc in some lands, or also known as Grimlocks.
Wait, Grimlocks. Okay.
I would say, James, you would not know this. Yeah.
No, I'm talking to myself.
Okay.
Maybe. I actually have. It's not the best to draw with, but it's workable. I do have a calligraphy kit.
The kid kind of
picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna, because I also have. Well, it's not straight drawing. I do have map making, which is kind of close.
It's fair.
And I'm gonna try to make a basic picture.
Yeah. Go ahead. That is a perform. If you have like art, I think it's artist or it's profession artist. One of the two, either or that or perform artist. Let me see. No, is there? No, it is legitimately. There is no art, so it would be a profession artist. Surprisingly.
I was gonna say.
There's no painting.
So if I don't have profession, is that just a flat roll?
Yep, it's just a wisdom at that point.
19.
As you draw up something, or you start to design up, starting with a rough troll-like design, you basically start to make it more look like a mix of a troll and a Goliath, with a very big mouth and a bone club, as it comes out. As you kind of finish up, the kid looks at it and goes, yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
There's a lot of them. The Grimlock, yep.
Okay. What do I know about Grimlocks?
They're trolls. They're troll-like, based on what you rolled. They are extremely stupid. Like, legitimately, that's one of the few things they're very well known for. And yeah, that's really all. Most people don't consider them much more than like similar to trolls. That they're basically considered lesser beings.
How many people would be needed to hunt one, like on average, back home?
The thing is, back home you wouldn't have hunted one. They would have treated as equals, as adventurers and such. The few that would have traveled throughout the lands.
I guess putting it away, based on what I've seen them do and how strong they are, do I think we could take one?
If they're not experienced in battle, i.e. they don't have levels, you figure you probably have a good shot at it.
He just defined them as being very dumb, so I'll have to guess they probably don't.
It's a fair chance.
Okay. I mean, they're just bigger trolls, but dumber trolls, more or less.
Alright. Wouldn't be too difficult then.
You said you were planning to rob the place, kid?
Oh, I mean, yeah, of course.
Do you have a way to get around these trolls then?
Oh, easily.
Or what were you gonna do?
Oh, well, see, the thing is, right, they're really dumb, and they're really distracted by noise. What I would do is, right, I'd just knock on the entrance, and then find a way, first off, I tried to find a way into the water that was in there. I know there's an outside entrance to it, and I know there's got to be some sort of lake outside that feeds into this thing, or feeds out from it. Find that, then you have someone else, right? You set up something to make noise somehow, right? Some sort of trigger at the entrance. You lure these creatures out, and boom, you just go in. From my understanding, they're allergic to sunlight, and they do worse in sunlight, so, it makes them easier to deal with, and then I can go in and take what I want, which is mostly the lyrium that's in there.
What do you want it for?
He looks at you.
To sell.
James is gonna look
And just
at
did-
Roland and go, it's valuable ore, so it would sell very easily anywhere.
He goes, no, you're both... What? No. Do not know? Oh, you don't know much about Toth people at all here. Magic.
No, I don't, first-
Magic is everything here. If you can use magic, you can do whatever, right? You can see the world. You can be the world. That's... How do you think we gain more magic? How do you think we study it? We learn it. If I can get a piece of that stuff, that ore, I can suddenly study magic like no other, and I don't ever have to worry about, going back to the black market. I can finally do something with it. I can make what I've been wanting to make. And kind of smiles.
All right. So I look to James as maybe if you help us, since with this quest, we can work together on it. You get yours, we get our share. Works out.
I could do that. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Because I can keep those guys. I can keep the, as you called the Mesa Grimlocks.
Yeah.
I can keep them without having to put myself in danger.
I mean,
I can keep them distracted for about 2 hours.
If you insist, I'll come along.
It is your choice if you do. Regardless, that would probably be the safest way to keep them distracted for you two to slip in. As James will look between Essa and... As for me to stay outside, because one, lyrium, if exposed to magic, can explode, as we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I can cast, so it's much more dangerous for me just to walk into a mine of it.
He nods up and down and goes, yeah, it sounds smart. Sure, I'll help you.
All right. Tomorrow then?
He goes, yeah, sure. Are you staying here at the inn?
Nope.
I thought you guys were rich. I mean,
Nope.
I was slipped a gold piece. Okay. You see him write something down in his little journal as he opens it up. And he goes, well, if you need me, he kind of like steps up out from the bar. You see him as he kind of squeezes his way out, gets out of the bubble as a waiter kind of comes by, dropping down some food for you guys. As you see a mesh of what looks to be meat stew is the best way to describe it. It looks like it's beef. It's ground up. It's browned. It smells like with gravy on it. It smells delicious. The kid kind of grabs a plate, and you see as he just upturns it and downs it in one bite and sets the plate down as he runs off out the inn.
He just said he wouldn't eat that. The hell?
I'll eat on the ship.
Okay. You gonna eat the salty rations?
I can...
Purify the salty rations? That's not gonna help you.
Looks at ration count. Looks at free meal in front of self.
If you're not gonna eat your share, I'll eat it.
I'm casting purified food on it.
Oh my God.
I don't trust anything here.
Alright, yeah, you
The only thing
can.
that couldn't be trusted was the water which you drank. Our drinks were fine.
Yeah, as you cast it, you watch as the spell goes off. It glows. You watch to the disapproval of the barkeep, who you probably can gather that's the innkeeper. You see him kind of lean back on his third leg. As you do so, though, the glow dissipates and the meat looks the same. The meal looks identical. Nothing's changed.
I just look at him. See, now you look like an asshole. I ate my food.
As you take a bite,
My portion.
it tastes just like as if you were eating beef. The texture down to the flavor is exactly. It's
Impossible
almost
Burger.
weird. Yeah. No, I've had Impossible Burgers. They do not taste like. No, they say it does. It don't. But yeah, as you
James is being cautious, rightfully cautious. Do
Yeah.
not fucking judge me.
As you bite into it and
We're gonna
chew
judge
down, you see as the sign is posted, today's special is pseudo troll Alamo with a gravy stew, and with a taste and a freshen up of Grimlock dander, and as it's written out on the board. The guy looks over at you lot, kind of takes a second, realizes it, and then kind of like starts to wipe the board back down again, writes on it, cow stew with gravy, ignore the dander.
Yeah. As I said, she's just like, so I wonder who the kid is.
I don't know. Very
He's much more
interesting.
powerful than he's letting on, generally.
He's much more mysterious than he's letting on, which you know, he's an urchin. But it doesn't seem like an urchin if he's got a bag full of coins that lets you call him. He's a middleman for
He stole that.
aristocrats.
I watched
Stole. Oh, I meant his bag of his coins with his face on them.
Those are false gold made by dwarven hands. They've been with him for a good while. They've been used a lot.
I watched him rob someone important in the street and then sneak away.
Oh, well.
There's no
The
doubt in my
urchins be
mind that he's an
urchins.
urchin, but he seems to be very.
He's also not hiding things on point. He's hiding things he doesn't want us to know.
Yeah, he's being honest about what he's an. I'm guessing things with him are on a need-to-know basis. If we need to know, we'll know.
Well, I think we shouldn't trust him in general.
No.
Oh hell no.
I think bringing him on this mission personally is very foolish, but
Oh, I can see how it'll blow up in our faces. But who knows? Maybe it'll be easier for us. Maybe we'll get trapped in a fucking cave with a bunch of Grimlocks. We'll find out.
yeah, I don't like those odds.
No, that's why I'm staying on the outside. That way I can get you out if I need to.
As you guys are kind of having this conversation, you notice the female water genasi from earlier that was in the merchant district now kind of standing up and walking towards you with her exotic weaponry, many of it being like bone of different creatures.
Yeah. James looks at her and then realizes, wait, I haven't taken off any of my weapons. I've been walking around the city fully armed.
Yeah, it's normal.
This lady kind of pokes her head in as she kind of comes over, seeing you guys eating your meals, and goes, I couldn't help but oversee that you're, traveling with some interesting bedfellows. Do you know who you're sleeping with?
Who is this directed at?
Yeah, who's he directly?
She's looking over at James.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the urchin boy?
Well, I wasn't assuming that you were making out with the Mr. Handsome as she kind of looks over at Rolliman, or the noble as she kind of eyes Essa.
I wink at her as they, or them, as they mention that.
Kind of, you see a slight smile as she looks back over.
I'm gonna have a gigolo business. My God, fucking.
Going to. You already do.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am, you can call me Drift, as she, holds out her hand. I run the Thirsty Forest.
James will shake her hand. Ironheart Merchant Company. Name's James.
I've heard of you. Well, rather, I've heard of your competitors who really don't like you.
We don't like them either.
Mostly just them.
You don't like them either.
Because you're.
They almost got us fucking killed in Dragons.
Via a misunderstanding that they didn't do.
She goes, I've met with young Zari Sarani. He mentioned to be on the lookout for you. He also offered for a contract to have you killed. Of course, I didn't
Some
take
of
it up. It'd be too easy
What
to
for?
do. Apparently you've annoyed him, and he's not the kind of merchant that likes to be bothered. You chose a name similar to his, and it apparently has offended him because it's causing him problems. People keep saying that he's responsible for some Drac horde that was like that went and attacked a small village. I don't know. But anyways, wanted to kind of give you a little warning. Did you notice how the kid's eyes don't seem to change at all? Like, he seems to be almost strangely normal.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, I don't know about you, but every Toth I know can't, or their eye color typically slightly glows when they use any of their magic or abilities. And, I mean, when you cut a purse, as she kind of smiles over at Essa, especially when you're magically unseen to those who you don't want to, you'd think your eyes would glow if you were a Toth. But I've heard Rakshasa have a good ability at covering up those eyes with certain effects. It's not my business, though, of course, as she kind of, like, shrugs her shoulders as she stands back up out of the bubble and then kind of just smiles and then kind of waves her fingers at you as she walks away.
What do I know about Rakshasa in general?
General...
What do I know?
Without a roll, you'd note they're the most common merchants outside of giants, because they literally can go anywhere, as they're very good at disguising themselves and fitting in pretty much anywhere. They, like Toth, are carnivorous and actually get a joy out of convincing people to basically put themselves on their plate. They're also people that traditionally come from a land that's starving, as you already know that from the Tabaxi lands. Tabaxi and Rakshasa are a terminology that are also kind of interchangeable that you would know. Rakshasa typically is a specific kind of clan of Tabaxi, but they are a more commonly recognized people, and more races recognize Rakshasa as Tabaxi as a term for Tabaxi rather than Tabaxi.
I mean,
that's without a
we're
roll.
already planning to pick up food.
With a roll.
So with what we were just told, and I'm going to put everything again, I'd rather not bring him with us.
We will leave without him, I think.
You also, as you kind of are having this conversation, you can't help but notice as a little, like, card similar to your own, a little thicker, made of wooden stock, seems to float its way into Rollman's, like, pocket as a few moments later.
Remember, if you're sleeping for free, that's your prerogative. If you're sleeping for coin, make sure you have a good time.
I'm getting our connections, James.
Why you gotta make
That's
it weird,
fine.
James?
Come on, James. Calm down.
Calling your best friend a hooker, that's fucked up, man.
I sneak a look at the card.
You do. You look and you see it says the Thirsty Forest. It has Drift's name on it, as well as a marking of a very kind of slightly glittery lipstick like material on the bottom corner of it.
Hey, gotta get intel. I don't know Genasi very well.
I would know. We would know the basis of them at this point, thanks to meeting with
We
our
met an
dear
air
friend
Genasi, and this was a
Pierre.
water one. They're very different.
Yeah, I mean,
They come
culture.
from the same country.
You know that you know what you know of Pierre. In general, knowledge of the country is basically that it's an isolated country. There's not a lot of public information.
We also know Pierre is not tied to the nation and seemed to lie about most things he said.
He's also very oblivious, and I hate
Oh,
that.
I would say Pierre also would stick. I mean, James, he would also stick out as unique given the god he is tied to.
He's tied to something very powerful. So
this gal would have been more of what you'd expect of a general citizen, not because of the fact that you understand what Genasi are, but more because this person seems like a normal person. But yeah, most of the Genasi lore, or most of the Genasi information is that they're an isolated nation and that no one has messed with them at all. Because most nations are afraid of them. But they don't seem to be very aggressive as a nation, and beyond that, that's pretty much all you guys really know. There's not many that travel outside of their land, so this is an extremely rare fact that you've met two in your lifetime. This would be almost unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What
I
time
will
of day is it?
also note they're also religious nuts that you'd know that. What time of day it is? It would still be around mid-morning, so you're looking at like 9-ish at this point.
So we can just go now. for the
Yeah.
quest.
Yes, and on our way out, we can discuss. You can see if you can talk to that dragonkin and discuss the Zill.
Yeah, if we manage to see them.
Alright, yeah.
Well, let's go.
All right. As you lot head out of the city, or start heading out of the city, kind of leaving the inn, you see the barkeep kind of irritated, looking at you, no, realizing you guys only spent the bare minimum of gold, seeing the amount of gold that one of the pirates, or obvious pirates, is kind of pushing over to one of the waiters. It being stacked to high heaven, as he kind of shoves over, drinks kind of flowing all throughout his crew. But as you lot kind of end up walking out of the door seems to shapeshift to your frames as you leave. You see the kid kind of waiting outside, watching from the alleyway, waiting for you lot.
I'm just staying quiet and looking at him.
He comes out of the side alleyway and kind of walks over and goes, Are we heading out?
We'll take our airship if you want to be on foot there. Don't want to.
Well, how am I supposed to? I won't get there in the same amount of time.
Or are you going to get there if you're going to rob it?
Oh, I was originally just going to walk there because I wouldn't have to worry about anything. But if you're going to beat me there, then there'd be no point.
We can get there a bit early and probably deal with a couple of the monsters.
He kind of shrugs and goes, ain't worth the effort of walking down all that far. That's a long journey to get out of all the way up to the top of the mountain out there. Yeah, it's not worth it. Kind of shrugs and kind of heads up, turns around, starts walking back down the same alleyway he just popped out of.
I'm calling it now. The kid's gonna try and sneak onto our ship.
Yes. Most definitely. Why wouldn't they?
Absolutely. Heading back to the ship.
All right. As you lot start heading, give me I assume since given that you all said, I'm gonna assume that you're gonna be on the watch out for this kid following you. So give me some search checks to see if anybody's following you, and specifically for that kid.
Come on.
And hopefully average what?
21.
What was that, Essa?
12.
22.
22. God damn. All right.
I'm a high school.
As you guys kind of start watching, looking about, you do notice the Toth seem to kind of give you a wide berth, kind of eyeing you lot up a good bit, as you continue heading towards the stairway back down to the first level. As you start to kind of look about, though, you don't notice anything other than a few guards that seem to kind of eye and follow you for a few blocks, but then seem to leave you be once they seem to notice Essa on her mount.
Yep.
As you go about, you don't see this kid in the alleyways or following at all. As you find yourselves down to the underbelly onto the first floor, you see the black market kind of quieting down at this point. Less people seem to be here, as many ships having to have left a little bit after you lot got here.
Ask Essa to make a drawing of the kid so we can show the crew so they keep an eye out too.
Okay.
Essa's gonna make the point that if he's not what he looks like, he could show up as literally anyone.
That's true, but better than informing them of it than not at all, yes?
We could just inform them to be on high alert for anyone
Do not
trying
let
to sneak
anyone on
aboard.
the ship.
It's fair.
As you lot kind of continue through, you see the black market itself kind of quieting down, kind of running through. A few merchants try to stop you and offer some discount and crappier goods. But as they start to kind of pushing past, you lot find yourselves getting onto the ship, and
I really wish I could hornswoggle them into buying some garbage from me, but I don't have the time right now.
Yeah, as you kind of head on, you see the Dragonkin who's standing there working the portal as people are kind of coming through this giant, 12-foot tall portal that seems to kind of activate every time someone's dragging a cart through. He looks over at you lot as you pass by, but otherwise doesn't seem to notice much. He is fully dressed in nobleman's robes, seeming to wear the same marking that Essa has on his chest rather than as a tattoo.
Well, I was told
I
to
just-
ask him when we passed about the quest.
Well, Essa does that. I'm gonna go make sure the crew's ready and we're
Okay.
getting set up.
All right. Essa, as you walk over, the guy the Dragonkin looks at you with his green dragon or green scaling. He looks pretty much like a normal green Dragonkin. No outright marks or anything like that. He looks like he's had definitely a very soft and easy life. As he looks at you, covered head to toe in these fancy robes, he smiles in Draconic and goes, "Can I be of service, miss?"
Yeah. Just wanted to ask, and I'll pull out the Zill paper, since it quite literally just says "Ask a Master Taught the Aura Dragonkin."
He goes, our king is quite the jokester, as it were. Yes. What would you be? What are you looking for? What do you want to know about the Zill?
Exactly where they are, what kind of setup they're living in right now, that kind of thing.
About an hour's walk south of where the Death Ore mines were previously. The mines themselves, I don't. I was told to give a map to someone if they showed up asking that, and he starts digging into his robes as he does so. He takes a second, kind of thinking. He contemplates his robes as he digs through them.
Means, damn, I look good.
Yeah, as he suddenly sees his reflection in the portal, and kind of like considers for a second, and then he hands you a map and goes,
a little bit.
This was a map handed to us by the owners of the map or of the mines. This was the last known depiction done by their master cartographer.
How far off do the three paths off go?
From my understanding, those are all dead ends. The mines themselves were getting ready to expand in those directions, but they were stopped not shortly after. The real problem is the well. From my understanding, the well has been having issues. It was filled when the owner was there, and a little after the Zill attack, it emptied out. Bottom cracked open. Bunch of glowing blue rocks at the bottom of it.
That sounds like Death Ore.
And he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Is there anything else I can..." Oh, I see. Essa had to mute for a second. As Essa takes a moment to contemplate that, Rollerman and James, as you get on the ship, you see BK kind of neighing, kind of like as he sits or staying on the top, unfastened, looking very confused as he sees you lot come on. The rest of the crew kind of looks at you with odd looks for a moment.
What's wrong?
One of the crew that was on guard that you saw earlier draw the short stick goes, "Well, you came by like 2 minutes ago. What are you doing back already?"
Oh my god. What do we grab?
"Nothing. You just came on, said you were wondering where Essa was, and we told you that you went into town. We don't know where they went."
Sorry about that.
That
No, you're right.
wasn't us.
I just had to crawl behind the dryer.
That's where Essa is behind the dryer.
Essa, the step-bro, I'm stuck situation, Essa, no.
The dryer wasn't working, so I had to crawl back in.
Seduction.
Gotcha. Been there. Well, no worries.
Okay. So my understanding, those were all dead ends. So meaning, my plan could work, but they are decently spacious mines.
Mm-hmm. You have to find where the creatures are.
Okay.
The crew, as Essa kind of comes back, climbs onto the boat.
Before Essa goes, I'm going to remind Essa's player here. Find out the numbers?
Nope. Because all he was told was to give me a map.
Cool.
As you kind of head back, the guard looks about and goes, "Yeah, you offered to take BK. I will say that was weird. You said, because you had said specifically earlier you were leaving BK behind because of the fact
What?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
We didn't take BK.
No, he's still here. I told you there's no reason to take BK with you to go find Essa. You see, you found Essa.
Did they
Yeah,
take anything else?
No,
No, I already asked that question.
Okay. Okay, I just got back.
you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't us. It looks like there's some shape changes afoot, so...
Oh, that would explain it.
If I find an extra frost giant not supposed to be on the ship, I'm gonna be very concerned.
Let's get all the crew lined up real quick. Make sure they didn't.
Make sure we have all the
Aren't
usual
fighting.
people.
I mean, we were wondering why James just suddenly decided to bite into the turnip that we bought for BK. It was literally raw, straight out of the ground. It's kind of weird. That answers some questions.
Yeah, they like those. Okay.
Okay. Well, at least we know who was hiding as me.
Well, there's no one unique on the ship. Feel free. They're all sleeping down in the lower quarters. Most of them are drunk and passed out.
I'm
I
doing a
actually
head
have
count.
thing for this. We don't
Oh,
need
you
a
have a
head
thing for
count.
this?
I have a thing for this.
Thing.
Shenhiet, as a dire wolf, has smell tracking,
Yeah.
so they can
Track
track for
the
anyone who's not
turnip.
supposed to be on the ship.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
not
they've
the
been around
turnip.
everyone for 9 months, so any weird smell's gonna stand out.
Yeah. Give me a survival check for it.
Yep. Get to dire wolf
I
page.
will also be do
Give it a
thing
sniff.
too. I have the hunter's stance, which gives me the
Yep.
scent special ability.
I'm just gonna go over and check on BK, make sure nothing weird's been done to him. My boy.
BK, as you look him up and down, he's a little fatter than usual, but you also do notice the empty bag of what was probably filled with turnips, as you see the dirt that's in there that's slightly left over.
25 smell check.
25 smell check. As Shunyet kind of goes up and down the entire ship like a police dog sniffing around, you find...
Where's the weed?
You find 2 secret stashes of alcohol that the crew is hiding from you lot. A dead body that you recognize has been here probably since before you showed up.
Well, that's kind of just before we showed up.
And
I don't want to get rid of that.
That's fine.
yeah.
We'll deal with it later.
And then the bison looked to be slightly more annoyed than usual, but otherwise, yeah, there's nothing unique or interest or no unique smells or unique people that seem to be about the crew. As you
Anything
do,
weird in the bison and that's making them agitated.
no, it just looks like they seem to be slightly bothered by just something in general.
Like they looking at anything? They're not.
No, they just seem to like be moving about, looking uncomfortable.
Hey, what's wrong? So I'll kind of pet one. They apparently like me. So.
Yeah, give me an animal handling check. See if you can find out anything. I know you don't speak Druidic, so.
I sadly don't, but that's fine. I always look for animal handling. It's handle animal.
Handle, yeah.
29.
29. Yeah, as you kind of patting the thing's head, taking its head in your hands, it seems to calm after a few moments. The creatures seem to kind of relax, but there's nothing they seem to be had been focusing on as you look about. Based on their how they were acting, your best guess is that means there was a predator either nearby or one that left its set on the ship. And as Shunyet's not freaking out, that kind of answers your question.
Oh, they smell. Okay, that's fine then. Alright, I'll go tell you guys we're good. If we leave now, no one should be able to get on the ship.
Alright. Okay, I'll mute. I'll also mute him and bring him down because he wants to listen. There, you can listen. You're just on server mute, so. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so as you,
Suss out if there's anyone here.
yeah,
We're gonna take off.
As you start to kind of sniff about, looking about, James, as you give the order, the guards above, or the 2 guards that were up above, kind of pull the rope. Rollman getting up to the wheel of the ship. You start to turn, and the ship starts to move. Give me a Rollman, where are your orders? Because you're the one at the helm.
We're going to the Death Ore mines.
All right.
Half a day's
I'd rather
away.
get over now before he decides to go rob it anyway.
Do any of you have tremor sense?
I have my Earth sense.
That is not tremor sense.
I do not.
But I do.
No, but
Good to
since
know that.
it's on the ground and vibrating, then I can see it.
Earth sense specifically works only if you have dirt or stone beneath you. It does not work if you're on an airship. Tremor sense, however, does, because tremor sense is technically anything.
Tremor sense is just on the ground.
Yeah, technically it's anything your feet are connected to. But yeah, so no tremor sense. Yeah, no. As the ship starts to move, the rumble of the ship kind of starts to increase, and it starts to push off. You lot start to ascend at a quick rate, capping the mountaintop and easily heading off towards the direction of the Death Ore mines, where you can clearly see, even from this distance, a small area that had been already having buildings put up with it, as you see the very bright red roofs that have been set up for the 4 houses that were set around the area. You lot start on your journey. It's about a half a day's thing. Does anyone want to do anything with their downtime? No, there's not enough time to train a feat.
I wouldn't figure with half a day, but I'm good to know.
No, I wouldn't either.
Figured I'd specify.
Half a day.
I am going to put my container of emergency abilities in my bag. It's going to be ready.
Okay.
Your 2 rowboats.
Well, no, it's a lot more than that, but yeah.
Well, yes. I was highlighting the best parts of it,
It is the best part. The 2 row. It was funny, Grumpy, because when I was rolling for the things in it, I got rowboat twice in a row.
Oh.
First, it was my first 2 rolls. I was really scared I was making like 16 rowboats.
I guess I will take a little bit of time and make some. Would I have enough time to make a few caltrops?
Depends on what you mean by making. Because metal, are you going to smelt caltrops? Because that would take. I mean, theoretically, you could do it in the time. I would say if you're doing a cluster of them, in theory, you could probably do as many as you have materials for. Because
I was going to make 2 ingots worth of.
So let's see. Let me look up.
Bronze.
Yeah.
Caltrops.
I'll say okay. That'll give you about 4 pounds of caltrops.
I'm just being reminded. We found our favorite thing about caltrops. It's not a save. The caltrop rolls to hit, which I think is incredibly.
It's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fucking funny.
There's a +2 to hit too.
No, they don't.
No.
Oh, it's
They
an
have a
armor
+0.
bonus to AC.
It's a +0. The creature gets a +2 to armor if they're wearing shoes.
That's fair. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, as
Craft metalwork.
let's go ahead and do a craft metalworking check.
That is a 24.
24. All right. As you kind of toss together, are heading down to your little small furnace area, you putting together a bunch of dirt. You start to kind of taking away. I assume you have a caltrop already.
No, but it would be pretty easy to mimic if I'm doing a mold of them to mimic just using a pointed stick or an arrow.
Yeah, I figured. Taking a knife, you kind of stick it into the clay in 3 different directions. As you do so, or into the dirt, you start to going melting down the copper and bronze you had, smelting it down to a liquid. You pour it into the molds, letting it sit for the half day or for half of your time, and then cooling it. You end up with your 4 pounds of caltrops.
I will go to Essa and be like, here, with 2 pounds of caltrops just to be safe.
As you look at them, they're crudely made, but they're definitely designed to work.
All right, sure.
They're bronze caltrops.
I'll add to the random bandoliers and random shit I've already covered my body for this adventure. Among the many items I'm carrying.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, I was going to memorize the simple phrase of "this means it's charmed" in the Toss language. I'm gonna write it down and see if I can dine some of the basic alphabet from those words, or some of it anyway.
Okay. Give me, let's say, a flat intelligence check. Because I don't think you have the skill for it otherwise.
There is a cipher script.
Yeah, there is. It's true. We can go with that.
Cool. I have a +6 to that.
Let's see.
Okay.
Nice.
7.
You've never been a man that was good with the brush. Or at least that's how this comes out looking. As if you were drawing a 5-year-old child's depiction of what you saw, it comes out looking like very fancy calligraphy. that seems to miss every juncture or junction in the symbols that could possibly be made. In fact, it's so bad that you make the opposite, and somehow that's not actually a word in the or a term in the language, but is quite impressive.
Try again on the return trip.
All right. As you and then Essa, what were you wanting to do? You said you were gonna do.
I have nothing really I can do with half a day.
Okay.
I don't.
All right. As you lot continue your airship, heading on your way, as half day finishes up, the ship comes to a landing. I imagine with James, Essa on top deck, that some of the crew kind of at this point helping. As the ship comes to a land on the ground, the ladder is kind of set off to the side of it, so you guys can climb down. You look about, and the area looks to be abandoned. A couple of cut back trees and stumps, some wooden shacks that have kind of fallen apart with their very bright red houses, bright red houses, roofing that seems to glow slightly or glimmer in the sunlight. As you realize they are made of gemstones. The mine itself seems to be wide open with what looks to be a rough. Like not metal track, but like a dirt imprint of where definitely something's being pushed and dragged out of the mines. But yeah, good.
Yeah. James, before getting off, is gonna look at them and go, "If you see me come back on the ship, ask me to show you the vial of weird creatures."
The crewman looks at you and goes, "Oh, okay."
And then I show them the fucking weird potato creature that's in a vial.
They all look at it and just like with confusion, a few scratching their
you
head.
could just tell him, "Don't trust you fully if you come back alone."
That's fair.
Because it's one guy, he can't mimic all of us at the same time.
True.
I was gonna say don't trust us if we don't have the whispering gems on us, but
Because I'm pretty sure he can make an illusion of an item.
yeah.
If he can make an illusion of himself.
But we haven't shown these things to anybody else.
He walked up to us while we were carrying the whispering gems.
I was talking
He's
about the weird
incredibly
creature.
stealthy.
Yeah.
The crew all look at you two like arguing back and forth and just kind of watch this.
They get entertainment from this. Don't lie to me.
Finally raises his hand at the end of the argument.
Yes.
So are we supposed to not trust you if you come on here alone, or are we supposed to?
Don't trust me if I come on here alone, and yeah, we'll go with that for now.
Okay.
Until that bites me in the ass later, but
so we can
we'll see that
drink.
when it happens. Go ahead.
You hear the crew all cheer James's name in giant.
Keep it in moderation, but drink.
You suddenly hear the cheering completely cut and the grumbling start as they all head down below.
Yeah. Yep.
It's all for drinking if you know what you're drinking. Just do it in moderation when you're doing something important.
Ooh, James is boring.
It is now James. As you look about, you see Essa, you see Shunyet, you see Rolleman, and you see BK.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Oh
minute.
my
Wait a
God.
minute. Looks at the
I look at the
other
two
Rolleman.
I look at the other Rollerman and I punch him in the face.
As you do, roll initiative for me real quick on that Rolleman to see if you beat him.
Alright, I have a +7 in initiative, gentlemen, and I rolled like
I'm not gonna tell you what his modifier is here, but I rolled a flat 16, so oh no.
15. Fuck.
So as you go to swing, or as you turn, as James kind of like stops and turns, you go to swing Rollman just immediately at the reaction as you see something else pop up here on your peripheral, not and it looking like you. Now, almost on instinct, as you turn, and as the rest of you turn to look at the creature, it's gone as soon as Rollman's fist seems to fly through where the creature's head was.
He's here.
I draw the bastard sword and get in the hunter stance.
Okay.
Yeah. Time to hunt somebody. All right, Shen, let's do this.
I'm smelling. If I smell anything.
That's also smell.
Let's get some search or survival checks for smell, I believe.
Survival.
Those two can smell. Can I do a normal tracking check?
Sure.
I'm not. I don't have anything that I can do to help here other than can I sense the magic that's making the guy invisible?
Now I roll great.
You do not sense any. You can't sense any magic. There's no spell being cast that you can tell.
Shinhiet got a 20 to smell.
20 to smell. 17.
I got a 25 because I get a small bonus when tracking somebody.
As
17.
you start to sniff about, it smells as if it was you, Rollman, standing there, like almost down. Shunyet seems to be completely confused as well as she looks between Rollman and where the copy was. Essa, as you look about, there's no footprints either. This person's just disappeared. There's no footprints on the ship or on board. There's no signs. There's no sounds. It's like they're just vanished.
I go into the stores and I grab some manure and I put it on myself.
Hey,
Yeah.
he smells different than.
As you go to the bottom towards where the bison pen, seeing where the crew getting ready to empty it as the kind of like to
Give me
pull
that,
it, bring it
please.
up. And
Rowan dives in and rolls.
No, I don't
around.
grab. I just politely ask for the.
he just
the
kind of hands it
Doesn't
to you and
need a
goes,
ton either.
I mean, if you're gonna if you're gonna toss it for me, yeah, thank you. And he kind of goes back to his job
No.
as he goes back to working with the creatures.
Pour one out for me. For when I get back.
Oh, yeah, I got you. He gives a thumbs up as he sees you walking up. As you, James, you see Rollman come back up with a pot, like a barrel of what is bison shit.
I'm getting clear, and I'm keeping an eye out. Is there any extra people again?
You don't see anybody. And Essa, you said you were gonna take a little bit as well.
No.
Oh, okay, making sure.
Because I'm going to be on Shinhiet's back most of the time. I don't think the person's going to show up mimicking Shinhiet and me.
It's fair. As
I offer him a handful.
it's still slightly warm as you feel it, Grumpy, making it a little more malleable.
Roman is not phased. He's very serious.
No, yeah, this is like part of his hunting back home, I imagine. You know, not to be noticed by herds of creatures.
You seem
James.
hesitant.
James just looking on, I imagine, with disgust and concern at the
James is just waiting at this point for a moment before
some
he
drooping.
and instead is going to and takes a bit and smears it on the top of his armor shoulders. That way, it's there and causing a different
On the
sense of
pauldrons?
Yeah.
The smell is
That way.
horrid. It's not enough to make you make a fortitude save, but I will say you are at disadvantage for any search or any checks that require like a focused attention at this point, because the smell is bad.
Do you guys want me to go on a first stealth run, or...?
Yeah, go take a look.
Alright.
If
I'll
you
walk
see
up.
either one of us ahead there, just shoot.
Give us a keyword here. You're using the orbs here. We're looking for a keyword here.
And just for reference, this was to head towards this is for our Zilmine, correct? I'm making sure I was correct when I heard you guys.
No, this is
You know
this
what?
is
Death Ore? Okay.
This would have been funny if we would have brought him to the Zill mine and had him run
That
in
would've
there like an
fucked up.
idiot.
Well, no, it wouldn't have mattered because he knew what mine he was supposed to be going to. He would have just not come out.
Okay, one, make sure I have because I have
Yep,
multiple
it was
maps.
mining.
So.
Just-
Yep.
We were in a race with him to get to the mine.
Yep. All right. As you all right. So what's the plan?
I'm
Say we should have a keyword here.
I
Any
mean,
suggestions?
hey James, can't you understand Shin yet? Apparently.
I look at Shunyet. Can I still talk to you?
You see Shunyet stick her nose up at you.
She can definitely understand me.
I think Shin Yet could give you a keyword. I don't think the guy speaks Shin Yet.
Shunyet, if you come back or you see me, remind me.
The dog stares at you plainly as it like.
I whisper into Essa's ear fuck in primitive, and that's the keyword.
Okay. Essa will say, if I see either of you alone, I'm shooting you. So don't
That
split
is
up
fair.
as I walk off.
I also say the word to James.
Well, if you said it in the whisper, Jim.
Yeah, if you whisper.
No,
he's
I'm not
whispering.
trusting Whisper Jen right now.
He's whispering. Yeah, he's whispering.
Yeah,
Is there?
because he already stated that he didn't crack that.
I can hear
I'm glad
you.
I have learned to fucking primitive. I'll keep that in
Yeah.
mind.
All right,
You don't know what
Essa.
it means.
Down
I
on
just
your
told you that
languages.
word.
One word in primitive. Fuck.
No, you don't know what it means though. I just told you the word.
I would have heard you say it enough. Don't you?
Yeah,
pull
you
that
would have.
bullshit.
As you head in from the southern portion of the map, You see the little well off to the side that is definitely been used by the miners. The miners' quarters off to the right, or what was probably more rather the owners' quarters, as it's a little nicer looking. You see the entrance to the mines look undisturbed. Shun Yet kind of seems to sniff at the air and kind of like snarls and bares her fangs at it at the cave entrance.
Do I see anything near the entrance, or is she smelling something deeper?
It looks like, as you look back, it just looks like the cave entrance is, looks to have a couple of trees near it, but doesn't seem to have anything else about. As you look around, you see the large hill that's above it. You can definitely hear the sound of running water nearby, you don't see anything immediately as you look about. The slight warmness on the air is also causing, you do notice, is definitely causing a little bit of sweat towards James as you look back towards the crew, just as a note, giving a slight scent advantage for creatures that do sweat.
Okay. I'm doing what now?
You're slightly sweating, basically.
It's hot.
You're basically, Essa has noticed that you, along with the frost giants, is slightly sweating. In this,
this is not our normal climate.
Well, the reason I mentioned that is because Shun Yet means Shun Yet's smelling ability is going to be a little bit better for tracking you specifically.
Also, if that guy's a Rakshasa, they live in a desert. He's not going to be sweating.
He also doesn't sweat because cats don't sweat.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to whisper to Shun Yet. I know something's in there. It's just recon. All right, we're going to check it out.
Is there like dirt and like maybe like dusty dirt?
I mean, the dirt around here is pretty dry. Yeah, it's mostly just kind of grassed, slightly grassed over. But yeah,
I'll grab a couple handfuls and I'll occasionally toss it around me, see if it highlights an invisible figure.
All right. As you start to do so, as you look about, you don't notice anything immediately as you see Shun Yet and Essa head towards the cave.
I will keep doing this. I'm not going to do this like a one-time thing.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to keep a spot check going up, I guess.
Okay.
See if anything weird comes around.
As
that is a 15. That is sad.
All right, well, 15, yeah, as you start kind of watching from the ship, looking about, watching the dirt clumps kind of fly from where Rollman's standing at the bottom of the ship, kind of picking up some dirt, or like staying right at the ladder.
I would be down there beside him.
Okay.
Not on the ship.
All right, as the two of you kind of stand by the ladder, Rollman, you just kind of every once in a while picking up dirt, tossing clumps of it around him as it kind of dusts about the air. Neither of you seem to notice anything. Essa and Shun Yet, as you delve into the mine, following the tracks in the dirt, you notice the very obvious large footprints that seem to be coming in and out of the mines themselves. Seems to be pretty. There seem to be a good couple of them, from what you can tell. In fact, so many that's kind of hard to tell, mixing up the different footprints. How many creatures, or if this is just one creature that's been walking a lot. Given there's been no rain recently. So as you look about, or as you kind of head farther in, how far are you trying to go in, out of curiosity?
Until I find something.
Okay. As you come to the entrance, going in, you see the first bit of lifted up, or rather bridge that has covered over a large empty void beneath it that seems to go over towards where you see the signs of more of what looks to be these Grimlocks. As you start to notice little simple like totems of bones of creatures that look similar to the Toth and other assorted creatures. You see definitely a giant skeleton, not really being able to tell given the bones are so massive, kind of piled up and cracked up in one of the corners. You look about, though, you see no signs of the Grimlocks as you come to the area where you see two central circles looking straight down into what looks to be just endless darkness. Though as you kind of squint your eyes, you do notice a slight faint glow of what looks to be blue rocks way down at the bottom. And I'm talking like hundreds of feet from what you can tell.
Yeah. Can I stealth and do survival to try and find where the Grimlocks are tracking?
Yeah, move silently and hide in this case because you're not moving. So, and then you're survival.
And I believe you told me last time Shun Yet gives me a bonus.
No.
Last you had me add something from Shun Yet's thing to my hide.
I think as far as it goes, in this case, I'll run as whoever has a higher bonus to it. You can roll for it because I figured Shun Yet would be the one hiding because she's the one doing most of the movement.
I'll say I have the higher stealth. 28 for hide.
Okay. Well, the bonus on that, I'll use a rough bonus from what I'm thinking. Yeah, as as the two of you kind of lean up against one of the walls into the shadow, you disappear into the darkness. Let's see what the tracker.
16 survival.
Oh, with a 16 survival, you start looking about the mess. The grounds, while seem to be clean and still slightly dusty, you notice the obvious footprints kind of going all about the mines. What catches your attention is the most recent footprints. The ones on top seem to all be going off to the right, towards where that little bed, the little what was called the slaves' quarters on the map, is drawn. The creatures seem to, at least as the most recent, based on their tracks, all be located somewhere in that area. I will say with that, let's call it passive, because you can hear slight faint snoring in the caves right now.
Ooh, okay. And it's where those little bed-looking things are?
Yeah,
little room?
off to the right in the middle of the map, yep.
Yeah. I guess I'll go back to the others.
Okay.
Is there just 2 of them this time?
As you look out there, you do see Rollman's kind of slightly covered in like bits of grass and some dead flower, weed flowers, not like actual marijuana, but like weeds. And dandelions and such. But it looks to be it looks to be just the 2 of them. As James just kind of seems to be looking about,
sweating my ass off here in this warm climate.
Yep.
Okay. I'll walk out with Shunyet towards the other 2. Well, the Grimlocks seem to be sleeping right now.
Well then, let's get in there and get mining.
And I'll also whisper, fuck. Although I don't know that in Roland's ear.
I just smile. Because I find it funny. I find it a bit.
Come on, I'll pop back up and I will grab my mining kit that I have on the cart and bring it down and hand off the pickaxe to Rollerman. You're the strongest one here, so follow the instructions that I give you. And yeah.
All right.
Shunyet looks at Essa and then looks up back at the blue, knowing about the blue shining rocks, and looks back at Essa for a second.
You're not gonna have to go near it. Don't worry.
She just sits down and happily wags her tail as it thumps side to side on the floor, causing a little more dust to pile up.
I'm waiting for her to look at me like you're a fucking idiot. I'm waiting for it again.
Alright, so Essa and Rollman, are you heading in, or?
Also, if Shunyet's sitting, I'm gonna send Shunyet back up on the ship to stay with the crew. Because I don't want someone to come out here and take Shunyet.
Okay.
Because they look like...
I will follow along with them and stop myself at the entrance.
Okay.
So that I'm trying to be within a range of 150
If we want to hunt the Grimlocks, they're nowhere near where we have to mine.
Well then, okay. We can hunt them afterwards.
Because, I think the mining will wake them up.
We can set up a trap, I guess, with the...
Did you get a number of them?
No, I didn't want to enter the small room they were in, but I heard them snoring. There's at least a few. I can get a look when we go back in there.
That'll be fine. We can work on that.
If we start mining, that kid's gonna wake them up.
I say with that spot check, by the way, I will say, James, you do hear suddenly a slight splashing noise that kind of catches the natural sound of the. You hear birds cawing and the sounds of the natural forest, but this sound kind of catches your attention as you didn't hear that before.
He's swimming.
Yeah, the kid's swimming. So I know where he's gonna come out.
But should we go greet him?
We should, as I'll lead the way.
James is pulling out his mace James has a mace at the ready. He's not happy right now.
Alright.
You don't sneak aboard my fucking ship.
You lot are going to
Morningstar, not a mace.
move silently and hide, I assume? Because there are Grimlocks that you could wake up.
I'll say, I will. My move silence is incredible. So.
I will move silently, but I'm not going to try and hide because if they're in their little room, they shouldn't spot us.
Alright, you can give me move silently. Oh
no.
no.
That's a 20 for my move silently.
Yeah, I was going to say, poor Rollman's.
I'm out of here.
35 for us. Rollman's about to roll 1.
I've got a +1 because my armor.
Oh man, this is going to be a 2. Watch. Calling it. Avery hates you for some reason. Man,
Not a one.
damn.
Not a one.
All right, as you think you don't think you're moving silently. Thankfully, Rollman, you're capable enough to understand the sounds of your sword kind of smacking against the studs in your armor or your chain armor. Yeah, as you kind of walk, it makes a slight dinging sound. I assume James and Essa are gonna head a little ahead of you, just so that way that they're not drawing a.
Yeah.
Okay. So as the two of them kind of like go about 10 feet in front of you, I assume like, and then Essa goes another 10 feet in front of James just to kind of bump up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. This is if something attacks us from the rear, we're in the proper formation.
I'm gonna roll the Grimlocks, fucking if they wake up to see if they hear you. Oh no. What are my stats here?
Grumpy.
Hey.
What do you want me to do?
Fucking.
We about to have some fun. Give me a minute to pull up something.
We might. And if we get someone to go, he's gonna take all the fucking lyric.
I mean, we can always just book it back and leave him here, and then just sort of float above, waiting, because he's not
They're
even able to
follow us out.
You hear the snoring kind of suddenly stops for a moment.
James is gonna whisper to Essa, up to Essa, the Thunderstone arrows. They are very susceptible. If they're blind, that means their hearing has to be better.
All right, I'll get a Thunderstone arrow.
I do say we could lure them to the water, and then while that loud sound goes
That's
off,
what
run the other way.
that's what I'm suggesting. Because if a bigger noise happens there,
you're gonna back out of the cave and go to where the like two like bridges are there, and then like back out and then shoot the arrow down that hallway to cause them to go that direction.
I think that's the plan.
You two head back out. I got this.
Rollman, I imagine giving up on the move silent at this point, given he just failed. He's just turning and booking it.
I tell him, and I move out quietly, keeping a spell at the ready.
Alright. I'm luring these things to where I know he's gonna come out back out of the water. Let's do this.
Okay, what are you doing to lure these creatures there? The first one is going to start to come around the corner as Rollman and James get out of the mine shaft and back towards the ship.
So they're coming out. Do I have a clean run to where the water comes through?
If you go, like, you're on the bottom portion of the map, bottom left, by the way, for reference, towards where the two circles are, right there. Yeah, that's the room you're in right now.
I'm going to whistle to get their attention, and I'm going to ride on Shunyet towards the water.
Shunyet's on the ship. Yep, you're on your own.
Oh, you're right. I can run it.
I will say there is an exit up there based on what the map shows, but you don't know where that exit goes out.
No, I have a plan. Don't worry.
All right. As you kind of get their attention, kind of waving them their direction, you see as 12 of them start crawling over each other, start running towards you at their top speed. Which
I start sprinting.
Funny enough, I think it's only 30 feet.
Yeah, I'm faster than them.
Yeah, so easily keeping a comfortable distance, like just basically like a jog to get a zombie horde to follow you in any game. You watch as the group seems to crawl over each other with their club bones, picking them up and like seeming to scream out like threats in primal, which you would understand if you know.
Hey, did I say fuck?
You do recognize the safe word. One of them seems to shout at you.
Essa thinks, oh no, they know the secret word.
Yeah.
They know the password. I can't kill them.
They follow you around. You come to that area, I assume, where down to the path down to the water? Or are you going to where that turnoff is?
Yeah.
Are you heading towards the water, or are you going to go up from there?
When I get to the hallway that leads to the water, I'm going to shoot a Thunderstone arrow down there and then hide.
Okay. All right. As you you pull out your arrow, taking a shot, you watch as it slams into one of them. I'm not going to make you roll an attack. It's a cave wall.
Well, no. I'm shooting it down towards the water so it makes a sound down there.
Oh, okay. Oh, as you kind of like...
them away.
Yeah.
If I shoot it and then vanish, they're going to go towards the noise.
As you kind of find yourself kind of going down the hallway until you get to the straightaway, taking a shot down towards the water, you aim, pull, and let loose. As you do, roll another move silently, or rather a high check for this one. Because you're just gonna at this point, I imagine, kind of back up against the walls. These creatures are gonna run past you.
Yeah, 22.
22. As you sink up against the wall, thanking God you are not a fatter dragon than like some of the creatures you've seen out there. You watch as this horde seems to pass by you. One of them even seems to shove onto you, thinking, mistaking you for a rock, not even noticing you as they seem to rush towards the water. You hear a bunch of splashing, and then someone screaming in common and then draconic, going, "Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Nope! That is not part of my fucking plan."
I look at James. Let's go to the other side of the water.
I look.
Do
at
I
my nod.
recognize the yelling?
You do not recognize this voice.
Oh, this is someone else.
As the shouting keeps getting louder and louder, they seem to swim off as they come to the top of the water. As James and Roman kind of start jogging up towards the lake on the top, kind of spying through the trees, you watch as what looks to be a young looking like water troll. So it looks like a genasi with like more like trollish like features, a lot larger, a lot thicker overall. A little bit taller and brutish, in commoner's clothing that's now soaked, like running for his life as he's being chased by creatures now out of the water, as these like gray-like humanoids that are more fat than muscular seem to like pull out with their scrawny arms that seem to have more muscle than they give out, and are chasing this poor. What you realize is just some random peasant that's running for his life.
Oh, wrong place, wrong time.
Let's go in and get delirium.
As the kid runs off, you lot turn and head back down. Heading in, you see you come across as you come back out, come up from the southern end. I assume Essa, you would have come back around to meet up with the group.
Yeah.
As you shout out the word in primal, I assume.
No, you do not shout it out. If you shout it out, that's bad.
Oh,
No.
Oh no.
We
If you
whisper
shout it
to
out,
each
they'll
other.
hear it.
It's fair. Alright, yeah, as you return back to your group, whispering this into Rollman's ear, you lot find yourselves back in the mines now. The sound seeming to kind of empty out, almost as if a pin could drop down in here now, and you'd hear it.
I'm gonna lead them to where I saw the glowing.
Alright. Well, the original
We'll find
glowing you saw was a few hundred feet down in the room you lot had gathered earlier, down that straight in those holes. But as you kind of turn around and head back towards the area where the water was, noting the slight glow you saw, and the depiction on the map, you head up into the area and see a very clearly depicted, like lyrium or chunk of lyrium that seems to have been carved almost purposefully in the side of the design of a flower.
Weird. Okay.
I look at him and I am going to instruct.
I give you my
Roll
sword
him
and
how to use a
bow.
pickaxe.
My magical things I give to you.
I hold on to his stuff and I instruct him on how to use the pickaxe, and then I make sure I don't enter that little fucking cave.
I'm going on guard duty.
The most dangerous part of the mission, in truth. As you go walking in, Roman, you see, as you look all about it, there are little diamonds that are dug into the walls. There are little bits of red rock that seem to be kind of at the base of the the blue lyrium flower. But it looks to be clearly mineable. It looks like it's been cracked into before, as there are a few petals that have been torn off.
From looking at it from where I am, can I tell about how much 10 pounds would be and how big the flower is?
Roman can immediately looking down at this thing. It is about 4 feet wide by 4 feet long. Roughly, with you can give me an appraise check if you want to get exact ratios.
Okay,
James.
James.
James for that.
I'll roll that. Yeah, that's a 21.
So it's a 31, as you realize that is, some dwarf specifically carved this. You start to notice something. The thing looks to roughly weigh about maybe 60 pounds is what you've got there, if he just takes it straight out of the ground. It's also not ore, in the sense that you look at it even from this distance, it doesn't look like it's still stuck to the ground. It looks like it could just be picked up.
I don't like this. Is there
It
actual
feels like a
ore?
trap.
There is
ore in the wall.
There is ore around it that seems to be like dug into the ground slightly. That's slightly
Okay.
red.
I'm going for that.
Okay. Make an attack with it. As if so it's just gotta be your strength check because it's a.
And base attack.
Yeah, your base attack plus your strength modifier. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, they did this for death or not whatever the thing in the middle to be picked up is.
More an art piece.
With that roll, can I? Is that blue lyrium is
19.
definitely death orb, but it's not worth taking because it's dwarven crafted. Someone did something funky there.
Yeah, and with the 19, as you slam into the ground with your pickaxe, it pulls or it smacks into something hard, and you feel the crystal cracking beneath it. Your hands kind of vibrating slightly, and all of a sudden you watch as Rolman just disappears in a sparkly red light.
Well, I don't know this happened because I'm over at the other end watching for people.
Yep,
happening to
James,
me?
you just see as Rolliman vanishes. Rolliman, you suddenly find yourself back home as a child training in the woods, alone, with
Oh, it was a
with
dream.
a sword.
Am I the child or am I watching?
You are physically the child, and you are. This is straight out of your memory from a normal afternoon in your childhood.
James is gonna try speaking into the Whispering Gem for Rollman.
I left the magical things with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say he set that behind. So yeah, as you do so, Essa, you pick up this. You hear as James says this, and
Vanish, buddy. Then James realizes, "Fuck, I have the stone."
As for me, in the thing, do I have my memories or my like?
yeah, you
child?
fully. It's as if you've just been teleported here to your memory. As you're looking about, the woods look the same. You see as your mother in the distance seems to be instructing a group of young elves to how to fight properly, how to hunt. And some of them talking. There seems to be another group that seems to be casting like minor spells that you kind of watch as one of your old tribal bullies kind of sits there and sneers at you as a small little fire bolt flies out of his hand and blows up a small tree. As you train alone, slamming into trees with your large sword. As you watch this, James, you look about. Yeah, there's no sign of Rollman. Nothing left behind. The pickaxe is the only thing that seems to be in the room now.
Can I?
I pinch myself.
You pinch yourself suddenly, and a couple of the kids look over and point and start laughing at you as nothing seems to happen, and you leave a small little red bruise on your cheek.
Can I read the mana to try and tell what happened? Something magical obviously happened there.
You can try a Knowledge Arcana, see if there's something you can figure out.
That's a 20.
That's a 20. You are, as far as it goes with lyrium, you know enough to know that it has random and wild effects. As you look down at what Rolliman hit and see the red lyrium that was right underneath that he had smacked into, you put two and two together that some sort of wild magic thing happened. You have no idea what could have happened though specifically. He could be in Timbuktu for all you know.
I swing
is there a way for me to undo it?
You don't.
I swing the sword. Am I as strong as my adult self, or am I as strong as a child?
You are strong as your child self at that point. You watch as the tree slightly shudders from the swing, but otherwise does not seem affected.
I'm gonna call for Esther to come down, and I'm going to... Oh, this is gonna be a very annoying thing.
I'm looking for anything out of place in my memory.
Sit down, and I'm going to
fit.
meditate in that area.
I'll say I don't want to come down there.
You're gonna go in there?
I'm going to, at the entryway of the room, start meditating on the mana and try to see if I can call him back from whatever effect just fucking hit him.
Alright, roll that and post what you get in the chat for your... Let's say it's a wisdom in this, because I don't think... Yeah.
I don't have...
There's not gonna be something specific for it. So yeah, we'll just do a wisdom roll for that. For your meditation.
I'm rolling that with Averay?
Feel free.
I'd rather roll it with the site because the site's been nicer to me. So I'll just roll it there, and that was a 20, so it was 20.
Alright.
15 plus 5.
Roll them in as you watch the world around you, kind of looking around, trying to see if there's anything out of touch. There's something that does seem off. Give me a search check.
All right.
As to continuing to guard in the background. 14. As you kind of look about, something seems strange. Every time you kind of look out aside your peripherals, it's not elves you see, it's Toth. But and then you look straight, and when you look straight at them, you see them as elves once more. Something seems off about that. It kind of keeps happening as you keep looking off to the side.
Well, this is a good chance. I'm gonna walk up to my childhood bully and punch her in the face.
Alright. As you walk up, go ahead and make a attack as if with your normal stats.
Alright.
An unarmed strike.
Oh, I should have used a sword. Dang it. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. But, hey, fuck, come on. Hey.
As you walk up, you swing at your childhood bully, and you watch as the fist goes like flying past. The bully kid looks at you, kind of glares, and then laughs at you and calls you weak in Elvish. And even further, calling you a wuss and nothing better than a slave. A few other terms that kind of are hazy on your memory for what they meant, but you know nothing good as you start to listen to this kid continue to laugh and point at you, ignoring you. As he does, James, you start to kind of slow down your breathing, sitting down, crossing your legs, setting the magic items off to the side, hearing Essa in the distance kind of just breathing and moving about. You start to focus in on the magic, trying to get in touch with your god. And as you try to divine, your god in air quotes, as you try to divine the magic at hand here, you see the chaotic pool that's there, noticing the amount you'd have to sift through to understand or even manage to get through it seems to be numerous. You don't see any end to this massive cataclysmic magic storm that seems to centralize around this little area.
There's two things I can do here. I can try and inject magic in or gently pull away the veils. Both are equally stupid and dangerous.
I will say, the closer you get, you do feel the magic shock at you, like electricity shooting out towards you every time it does, causing not causing actual damage to you, but causing you to feel slight pain every time it does, giving a sense of a warning that if you touch this thing, you're gonna be in trouble. This is not gonna feel good.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to touch this. I'm trying to just get my friend back.
I'm gonna try again.
Alright, roll to punch the kid again.
I will focus again and try to see if I can divine any further where Roland went, or if I can pull
That's
him
better.
back.
19.
19.
Okay. Alright. James, what's your AC by chance?
My AC, is 14.
Yeah, roll damage.
I'm about to get punched.
What's unarmed damage? I've never
That's
rolled
just your
unarmed.
strength usually.
I think unarmed has its own one.
Yeah, it's a thing in 3.5. It is. What size are you? Are you medium or large?
I am medium.
1d3
It's
plus
a
your
D-
strength modifier.
Yeah.
1d3 plus strength.
It's also the same for non-lethal, by the way, for reference.
Roll 1d3.
Well, that takes the improved unarmed strike.
Yep.
6
That's right.
max damage.
You feel, James, as you're trying to focus, suddenly you get punched right in the jaw as you feel something slam into you, as if iron has just smacked you in the face. As you kind of feel your jaw slightly loose. Yeah, you feel a tooth slightly wiggle, a little bit of blood in your mouth. Essa, you can't help but hear the slight movement of James as he sounds like he just got knocked over.
What happened in my world?
You watch as the bully gets knocked to the ground and looks up at you with horror as the rest of the kids start to point and laugh at you even more, Rolliman.
I'm going to focus and try to, through the pain, see if I can pull Rolliman back.
Okay. Roll another wisdom thing.
That's 15.
15. As you try to gain hold of it even more, you start to focus in, but as with the slight pain throbbing from your jaw, you watch as the magics themselves are torn, become more chaotic and seem to become more dense as it seems to focus. Though it seems to move slightly, and it seems to be now right in front of you.
All right. I didn't want to try to do this.
I say, Essa, are you just still standing at the hallway watching to see if those Grimlocks come back or if anybody else shows up?
Yep.
Okay. Give me we'll call it a search check for both hearing and looking about.
I offer my hand to the bully on the ground.
27? Alright, give me a second. You do suddenly hear what sounds like your airship taking off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, alright, well, I know what I'm doing. I am running, because I'm going to go full dragon and chase it.
Alright, as you start running
you
out the
can
cave,
outspeed
you start chasing after as you start hearing taking off. It's not more than about 20 feet off the ground as you exit the cave, and you see a pack of Grimlocks kind of like trying to grab at it. And you see the chef kind of like taking a very long, what looks to be two broomsticks like that have been tied together. He's like poking one of the Grimlocks to get him off the ladder.
I'm going to do a drive-by of a breath weapon on all of them.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll for it.
It's not a roll.
It's a save. What do they have to roll to save?
What did we set for mine? I think it's reflex.
Is it reflex? Okay, so it's D4.
I'll make sure. Let me go to the young adult.
I'm going to try something.
Uh-huh.
You just need to make sure I have the right thing in mind.
Well,
Because it doesn't say I can't layer that, so that'll be interesting.
Let's let SF first finish their action up real quick. I want
It is reflex.
Okay, reflex. All right, let me get that for the save. That is a 17.
That's a fail.
Ah, all right. Are you aiming at the one that's attached to the ship, or the ones on the ground that are grouped up?
Well, how far below are the ones on the ground from the...
20 feet.
From above, I can hit all of them.
Okay. All right, let's see what you got.
Gas rolls over all of them and does 37 damage.
You watch.
Them all.
Exactly. The Grimlocks one by one seem to drop. The one from the ship seems to like breathe in heavily, and as his eyes rolls back, he seems to fall, start to lean back slowly, and then eventually falls towards the ground, splatting in a meaty gelatin. As the rest seem to just slowly kind of fall to sleep with the damage or the cloud surrounding them. As the electricity seems to kind of sparkle slightly through the air.
Before James does his thing,
yes,
I will offer my hand to the boy to help him up.
As you do, James, you suddenly feel yourself being picked up off the ground.
Okay, I was going to do this anyways. I'm going to focus and try to... I'm focusing on the essence of magic itself, and I'm going to try to utilize divine favor in a different way to empower my wisdom instead of empowering my strength to let me sift through this easier. It's an evocation spell. Calling upon the strength and wisdom, you gain one on attack and weapon damage rolls for every 3 caster levels.
So you're looking to remake it. You're wanting to do a new spell on the spot. You're trying to make.
That doesn't seem like
I'm
a good
trying
idea,
to-
Cameron.
I mean, I'll let you do it. I'm fully down for it.
Especially next to a bunch of red delirium.
That's fair. You know what? You're right. Instead, I'll just guidance myself twice and try again.
Yeah, I was gonna
Guidance. What kind of bonus is guidance? You can't stack.
It's plus...
the same bonus.
It's a +1. Okay, I'll just take the +1 then. And I'll use it on this wisdom.
Could try and use your divinity.
You
Don't
know
listen
what?
to the devil on your shoulder.
Don't listen to Satan.
You could try and use your divinity for it.
That's a +1, so putting that at 21.
Okay. As you lose your 1 point in divinity from it.
I wasn't using my divinity.
Oh, okay.
That was the +1 to his normal roll.
Oh,
That
okay.
was that was the guidance.
All right. And what were you rolling exactly again? Tell me.
The wisdom to try and unravel the chaotic magic.
As you pull onto it, Rollman, from your perspective, you see the kid seems to start to light up a spell. This fire spell that you saw earlier seems to start to grow larger in between the two of you, and he seems to glare at you with more anger as he aims it towards you.
It's not. I'm doing this peacefully and calmly.
Yeah, you are. You are. Rollman, you do have a stick. You do have a stick in hand. Oh my God, there was another car accident. Holy shit. You do have a stick. Another dude drove off this side again. You have a large stick in your hand, like as a practice sword. So you do know you could smack this guy hard.
I just shake my head at him.
Okay. As you shake your head, no. James. What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, this caught my attention because I saw a bunch of people like running towards like the side, and I was like, wait a minute. James, as you suddenly feel some sort of presence in front of you, telling you not to do anything, to give up, to stop.
James will speak aloud. I won't leave my friend.
Rollerman, you hear the kid shout this at you as the fireball grows larger.
Can I connect 2 and 2 here?
My friend, please! I was so fucking primal.
I was just I'm gonna say I say that.
Wait, what? Sorry, go ahead.
I say the safe word. And I'll dive out of the way.
As you do, James, you feel as something seems to let go of you for a moment. Your meditation seems to be almost interrupted and torn away from you as you watch as a large fireball spell seems to like shoot off from your chest into the wall as you suddenly see Rollman jump to the side of you out of the cave, landing on the ground back as an adult with all of his gear. And looking at you, there's now a slightly burning mark on the side on the opposite cave wall as it slightly melts down.
Don't mind the red shit.
Is the cave collapsing or are we?
Nope, you're good.
Ooh, that was.
Ow! Something fucking punched me in the face.
The pie was me. That was interesting.
Fucking knocked a tooth loose.
I saw a top. I do the same thing with the peripheral thing. See if I can see anything.
As you do, you notice there's some strange medallion on James's chest that's not there when you look straight on at him.
I reach for it.
As you do, James, you watch as Rollman just goes to grab at your chest, strangely enough.
I trust Rollman, so.
All right,
I'm not reacting at this point.
Rollman, as you go to grab hold, grab hold of something, even as you look straight on at him, and you feel some sort of metal suddenly in your hand as there's nothing there.
Do you see what's in my hand, James?
I gently dart my eyes down because I'm standing there, arms up, like I'm a fucking being held up by the police at gunpoint. I look down gently.
No, you see nothing. There's nothing in his hands.
No.
You mind if I take this for a second?
Go ahead.
I'll take it off him.
As you do, you see a similar design to the Master Toth mark that's slightly been modified to have a fiendish design to it, with horns and a little bit of a darker coloration to it, as it seems to almost appear out of nowhere as you break it off of James's neck. Well, the chain pops rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I appraise the item now that I can see it?
Can you see it now, or is it still?
Yeah. As you you can go ahead and appraise it as you hear the wet slapping sound coming from outside. Other than that, yeah, there's nothing else
That's a 19 to appraise.
Okay. Give me a second.
Fucking. I don't have issues with a little street urchin boy.
This item was you immediately pick up that it is dwarven craft. However, other than the fact that it is a magical item, that you can tell it has has magical runes in it. You have no idea of anything else on this item. You do note that every single chain on the necklace has an individual magic spell. It seems to be carved. As you notice the runes, each of them are unique and seem to glow as magic comes in contact with them.
Rollman, put that in a sack and set it outside the lyrium cave.
Someone's approaching. Who goes there? And I'll draw. You
grab your sword up off the ground as I hold up the Morning Star in this thin-ass tunnel.
As you do so, a few minutes go by and nothing seems to happen. More sounds of wet smacking out in the distance.
Okay, I'm gonna go approach the wet smacking sound.
Rollman, just go pluck the flower.
I'm not going in there again for a moment. We're a bit hectic right now. Let's consolidate. It's not going anywhere.
It turns and as Rollman kind of leads the way, James kind of looking at the flower wantingly, picking up the rest of the gear, I imagine. You lot kind of start to head out with weapon in hand. As you see sitting on the ground calmly, the ship sat off to the side, Shunyet kind of laying, basking in the sun, and Essa just carving away at the at the 12 Grimlocks.
Oh my god.
No, you killed them all. I got Rollman back.
I got myself back, thank you very much.
I helped you. Shut up.
I mean, while you guys were doing whatever was going on in there, I heard the ship flying away, so I came to check what happened. They were trying to climb on the ship.
Thank you for saving the ship, then. Roland, run in and just grab that fucking flower. It's blue lyrium, it's blue death ore, it'll work. They can accept it or not.
If I disappear again, don't firebolt me.
I wasn't trying to fireball you, I was trying to unwind you from whatever wild magic that was.
Are you still
be able to pluck the flower without anything?
Are you still holding the necklace, by the way? Rollman?
Yes, I have not put it down yet.
Okay. I just want to make sure if you're taking it with you when you go mining.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, setting that thing down when
I will hand it to Essa, who is the non-magical one, and also wasn't the owner of it for a second.
That was apparently on me. It's a curse. I don't know what it is. It's got a lot of magic on it. It's also a dwarven make, so I can make a guess at who made it.
Can you?
Who's the only dwarf that has a problem with me?
Well, that seems potentially racist.
Looks at Essa, looks at myself.
Essa,
it could be like any other dwarf.
Essa, who's covered in Grimlock blood, currently chopping up the legs of a Grimlock. Yeah.
I'll help Essa with getting Imperials off.
No, I got it.
Okay, fine. I'll bundle them up and set them aside for you.
Okay.
Shunyet, as you say that, kind of waits till James is like holding one of the bones and seems to snag it away from his pile and go sit down in a corner.
James would have actually just held one out to her and be like, "Here you go. Don't care."
I feel like I'm randomly holding bones to Shunyet. Just as I work.
Yeah.
You watch the small pile that she's got going over here.
She has her choices.
Rollman, as you head back into the cave, dropping the necklace back off, leaving your sword behind again, or are you taking it with you?
Leaving the magic sword behind. I'm taking it back. I'm using my non-magical one.
Your original sword, the one that's...
OG.
Hey, it came in handy. As you go into the... or head back in, you kind of head around the corner, seeing the red lyrium cracked, where the pickaxe is now sticking out. You notice the pickaxe, the metal of it, the bronze of it, is all now made of the same death ore, the red lyrium coloration. The wooden part has kind of disintegrated and dissipated.
I gotta get a new fucking pickaxe. God.
Do I have something to guard with that's not directly touching my hands?
You have clothing, I assume.
You'd also have a sack. James would have had a sack prepped for this.
I mean, it's okay. I'd say you could, you'd go back to the ship, get 2 sacks, put them on your hands as like gloves, and basically walk in. Not wanting to make physical contact with the thing, and not wanting to use something magical that would touch it. So
I'll gently grab it.
Yeah, you pick it up. Give me a strength check for it. Actually, wait, no. It's sorry. What's your carrying capacity?
Carrying capacity?
Like how much weight you have left for your for heavy load?
I can carry 460 pounds.
So, yep, you managed to pick it up. with ease, kind of walking out with it as you do so. As you pick it up, though, you do notice it has a little bit of a root that takes a second as you kind of have to struggle with it. And as you pull it, kind of pluck it out, you notice the red lyrium. It was all that seemed to have been surrounded by, and seeing the basically what is a magical ticking time bomb from what James would have probably explained to you of what Death Ord is. As you kind of pull out, seeing the little like red ore stem on this thing, you kind of, I imagine, pull your fingers a little slightly away, a little more away from that area, and point that away from you as you kind of walk towards now very slowly. Yeah, as you watch as Rollman comes out around the same time, Essa finishes up the last of the Grimlocks with James kind of packing all of it up.
I go up, seeing him come back. Do I see the little red stem on the flower?
Oh yeah, I imagine that's the end he's got sticking out away from him.
I instantly go up to the cart. I tell him stop. I go up to the cart. I grab what would be basically a small chisel and hammer from the mining tools, and I bring it down. Essa, go knock the stem off that, and then we need to leave.
I look down at the amount of magic items I'm covered in, and I ask, "Are you sure?"
I will go back and grab it.
No, I'm holding the hammer and chisel.
What do you want? What are you trying to do?
I'll take
We're
off my
removing the red portion. Given
guess
that
I'm
the
doing
ghost
this.
last time when you fucking vanished, I'll do it, I guess. Let's hope nothing crazy happens.
Or I won't
Says
take off my
James.
gloves. Okay, good luck.
James steps over and just carefully dinks off the stem. And he'd be striking the blue. He would not strike the red.
Is the whole thing
And this
red?
stuff is non-magical.
Let me get my wild magic table up. Give me a minute.
No, Royce. I asked before he does this. Then you said the whole thing is red, right?
No, only this stem part is is red. Yeah.
Okay.
That was in the root part that was in the ground.
I don't want to be
yeah.
near this.
As you watch him start to like go closer and closer to the table, you slowly back step away one after another, and as you see him being actually willing to do it, you run towards the ship and climb on as the ship starts to move up. All right, give me a D100, James. We're about to see what happens.
Can I try to control what happens?
Oh, don't worry. It's because you chose to hit the blue that you're only getting this wild magic effect table instead of the other one.
So in other words, no.
Yeah, that should be the short answer to it. Unless you roll a 100, at that point I'll hear your negotiation. A 43. Okay, so that's caster. So let's see. All right, give me another D100. Let's see what happens.
Is this the
That's
docket
the
table?
good stuff.
This is similar to the docket table. Yeah.
That's the
Fucking.
good stuff. I don't know if 37 is good. Maybe it's good.
What is your movement speed?
20 feet.
You suddenly you will be flying up 200 feet in the air. Now, over 10 rounds. However, you get an action you get your full round of actions for each round. So I'm going to give you 10 shots to figure out how you're not going to die.
Well, you see, there is a sky ship next to him that already took off, as you said.
It's going
Speaking
up.
into the stone, Essa!
She watched
I'm
James is
flying.
going to start to fly up. At first it's 10 feet off, or it's 20 feet off the ground, then another 20.
Are you still holding any of the weird magic rock?
He's
I'm
not.
touching it. No, I broke off the piece that needed to be broken
Okay,
off.
then I'll fly up and I'll grab it by the
That does remind me. Let's roll for that to see if you did actually break it off full, or if it's still in there. Let's get a strength check for that.
Wouldn't it be a profession or some kind?
Oh, do you?
Just
I mean, I
chiseling
guess.
it off?
Do you have a profession for
it's
gem
Marty's
cutting?
Mining.
Gem or
Mining.
something,
That's true.
something
Yeah,
like
let's go with the mining. Let's go with that. That'll work. I flip between 5e and 3.5 mentalities as this goes. So
We'll slowly settle through 5 as more sessions happen.
Well, yeah, it's been such a long break. I've been listening to Wolf's games. All right. What did you get for your profession mining? This wasn't the way I thought this was gonna go.
Oh, it's same as my wisdom, so this is fun.
Okay.
That's a 22.
22. Okay. With a 22, yeah, I say, with a clean hit, you manage to, like, knock it off, without managing to cause Rollman any issue. However, as you do so, the slight spark from the impact causes the red crystal to light up as it does so, shattering as it explodes with magical energy as you start to float up. Yeah, so you float up for the first round, 20 feet in 6 seconds. You tell Essa this. Essa,
Yeah.
you get a round. So we'll just go from we'll go Essa, Rollerman, and then to James, just to keep it real easy since you're not being attacked.
I'm just dropping my bag full of stuff, and I'm like, all
on
right.
the ship. Yeah, you're on the ship though, so you know.
Yeah, it's on the ship. It's fine.
Yep.
I'm gonna transform and fly over because I know James is heavy, and this is not gonna be fun.
All right, you fly over.
It's a ship, but all right.
You turn into a dragon, and as he's only 20 feet off the ground, you fly. You kind of glide down towards him. How are you grabbing him? Out of curiosity.
I'm using my front legs. I could just like grab him around the arms, like right below the shoulders.
Okay. Give me a will save.
Yeah.
We'll have 2 flying things. It'll be fun.
At least Essa can fly
19.
naturally.
19. Alright, we have 2 now floating creatures. However, Essa, you can fly.
When my
You
float ends, I'll start hovering. Where
Yeah, I was gonna say levitation, a little weird to you, but not unusual. As James is kind of like tumbling in the air, I
It
imagine.
feels me grab on and like, all right, James. Bad news. I'm also floating now. Good news. Once it ends, I'll start flying.
Do I have an idea of when it will end?
You do not. Rollman.
I will steer the ship underneath them in case, so for some reason, Esso's
You're
not able
on
to.
the ground. The ship's
You're on
in
the ground.
air,
The ship's in the air.
Giant crystal.
and you're
Oh, yeah.
holding. You're still holding the flower.
I move it out of the
just
way
that.
in case they fall on it.
All right, yeah, kind of like shooing
I do
aside.
not kick it. That is not what I do. Thank you very much.
No.
Also, Grumpy, I will catch him because there's no reason I can't. Just sit over there with the crystal, make sure the guy doesn't show up and take it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want someone to come steal the crystal that we just worked hard
I want to
for.
do my little perspective tricky thing again to see if I see anything extra, since I saw the medallion earlier.
All right. Yeah, as you look about, yeah, go ahead and give me a search check.
21.
21. As you look about for a moment, looking at all through the walls to see if there's anything unique, you do notice out of the side of your eye there are what looks to be ruinous-looking or ruined statues of what is depicted as Toth-like creatures. They
Where?
seem at the mouth of the cave on either side. They seem to be designed innately, like ornately, not innately, ornately, as if like to symbolize someone of importance as you look at them. But they only seem to appear as you glance at them from the side of your eye.
Look at that later. I'm just gonna humorously watch them as they tumble around in the sky.
I'm
James,
the one with
yeah, James is slightly trying not to circle in Essa's hand. Essa's just kind of floating like a very
James
like an
is looking
uncoordinated
around.
butterfly. Yeah, this is the.
I think I'm gonna puke.
I ask up there, do you know if this is gonna end?
I don't know when. It probably will, though. This type of magic doesn't usually last long.
About 9 rounds later, which is a total of a full minute, or almost a full minute, you reach 200 feet, and then suddenly it stops as Essa starts to kind of glide down now freely. James still in her hand, kind of slowly dropping towards the ground. As the two of you do, you seem to land without issue.
All right.
That went well.
Yeah.
Lyrium's a fucking death sentence.
Good one. Way worse.
Uh,
All right, let's get the lyrium on the ship.
Before
Put
we
it in
do
the
real quick,
sacks.
I wonder, can you guys? And I walk over to where I saw the statues and wave my hand in the space where they are. Does my hand hit anything, or does it go right
Yeah.
through?
Oh, as it 100% does. As you smack it with your hand, you hit the stone. Like he starts to like kind of, I imagine like point, like put his hands around like the legs to show you guys he's holding on to something. Like picks himself up, and you just see. Well, it looks like Roman just like literally just picked himself up, holding himself in the sky or in the air. As he does so.
There's ornate statues of Toth here.
And they're invisible?
Kind of similar into the way that the medallion was.
I don't know if I want weird invisible statues.
That doesn't sound good for us.
Although,
I searched them. Is there any sort of button or lever?
Oh no. Now before you do before I answer this, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Without metagaming, how confident are you that you can have a new character by next session?
Uh,
I just want
next
to.
session.
All right. As you look about, you don't have to search for it. There are two very clearly obvious arcane runes on the backs of the statues, like platforms that they stand on, that very clearly show that with a little bit of magic, they could be turned on.
Mm.
Or at least
Am I
that's
still the
what.
only one that can see this?
Yeah, at least that's what you gather as you look at. Yeah, you guys kind of watch as he he kind of stands and kind of starts to crouch down slightly, and you just see him going like standing there. To Rollman, he can't even see you a lot now as every time he turns to the side, but it looks like he's staring off to the like looking off in one direction while side eyeing you guys at this point, Essa and James.
Rollman, buddy, let's get back on the ship and go
Hold
turn
on.
this in.
There's something interesting here, and I go back to where I can see them very easily, and I draw in the ground the symbol. You know what that means? James, it's an arcane rune
Can
over
I
there.
take a look at the symbol and try and see if I know what it means?
Yeah. You would I will actually give this to you outright because it's a very simple rune. This is a rune that looks to be similar to a giant rune for the term on in ancient language. That is what most people describe as the giant rune language. Some people call it arcane, but yeah.
That's giant rune or arcane, depending on who you ask, for on. I don't recommend pushing any buttons that have that on it on anything that not all of us can see.
I really thought
Very
Cameron was going to read it, and DM was going to be like, alright, so the symbol of pain spell.
Well, I drew it in the dirt, so they wouldn't do it.
He also has no magic, so there's no way that he can make the glyph work. That's the only
can't
unfortunate.
imbue it.
Yeah.
No, but the spell, he may be able to tell what it is, and you'd be like, oh.
Yeah, right?
Bad.
Again, I don't recommend it pushing any buttons like that have
Oh,
that
yeah.
on it that we all can't see.
That's very true, but it's interesting. Maybe we can mention it somewhere.
You hitting the red lyrium definitely affected you in ways that
Well, it's more of I learned a trick, James. I think. Anyway, it could be that, but
seeing
think
things
it's
that are
real.
invisible, regardless of how you see them, is not a trick.
Not
But
really.
it's a trick because I have to actively do it. I just don't get to see it all the time. I have to actually change
That's,
my frame of.
that sounds like a magical ability, my friend.
I don't think it's magical.
Yeah, no, I'm with the dwarf on this one. Yeah.
I just shrug my shoulders. Well, let's
Sack
get
the
this.
lyrium flower and let's get back, I guess.
Turn this in. Because I don't think we should have a lyrium flower for extended amounts of time on the ship.
I
As-
don't want to have a lyrium flower.
Where's the least
Shit.
magical place on this ship?
The ship is a magic device. I hope you understand this.
Now
You might just
we
have to knock
could-
the thing down during the entire flight, Roland.
Oh, okay. This is gonna test my con. It's okay. I could trade with some of the crew.
No, you can't. They're all
Are they all
Droshaks.
magical?
They all have
Damn it.
innate magical capabilities.
Were any of them in the secondary town when the thing happened that took the magic out of bodies?
No, they were all working on the ship. We're working.
Damn, I was
off
hoping
the
one of them
Nope.
visited.
All right. I'll just be over here holding this thing.
Rollman just kind of standing here with basically what he thinks is a magical nuke in his hand on the bow of the ship, just trying not to touch anything. All right. Now? I have a question. If he's gonna be holding this thing, who's driving the ship?
Time for Captain Essa.
All right.
And I will give you instructions from the
Yep,
satellite.
I'm getting instructions from this guy who's holding a crystal.
All right. Roll use magic device. Let's see how this is gonna go.
Do I get a plus or him literally telling me what to do?
I am setting a DC based on the fact that he is helping you.
Good thing your charisma's high, huh?
I'm charisma based. Nat 2024.
Yeah, with ease, almost as if it's secondhand. Either Rollman's an amazing teacher, or the amount of times you've had to watch Rollman at this time out of concern for your safety, the ship's going to go down, and you wanted to know how to operate in case of. You figured out how it works. As you kind of start to get the hang of it at first, you figure out the levers that cause it to go up and down, and then the how it drives with its fin. Easily managing to pick it up. It's just like a normal ship after a few minutes. As you start swinging the thing around, flying it like a pro, it turns, and you start heading back towards town, I assume?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't want to do a second quest while carrying a lyrium flower with this.
That's fair. As you do so, Rollman, you start to notice out of the side of your eye, set like multiple cities all throughout. The land looks so different from what you're seeing as you see it straight on. Seeing a vast island of like massive cities with strange glass tubes and other such things about them. Magical devices made of organic material that kind of make you want to throw up slightly as you look onto them if you weren't so experienced as a mercenary. This stuff starts to haunt you as you start seeing massive battles off to the side of your eyes as you watch hordes of Toth. Huh?
Can I turn it off?
It does not turn off. Every time you look to the into your peripheral vision, you notice this stuff. So you have to basically look straight away or close your eyes.
Yeah, I'll just look away.
As you look straight on, trying not to, the kind of slight urge every once in a while causes it, and seeing the slight shocks and horrors of these creatures going about their business, it kind of normals out as you finally start to get used to focusing your eyes forward, and with kind of focusing on S's driving helps you a little bit as the two of you kind of continue on. James, while this is all going on, what are you doing on the ship?
Against my better judgment, I'm going to... Actually, no, this is for my better judgment. I'm going to try and think up any effects that I know of for magic that would allow someone to see... Because I'm guessing at this point, Rollman stated that he can only see it since he had to actively try to.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the peripheral of his vision for the invisible things. I'm
Yeah,
going to try and figure out
it.
what the fuck happened to him.
Alright. How do you plan to figure out what happened to him? Are you looking medical? Are you trying to look up history?
Since it was red lyrium, I was going to think Arcana. Knowledge Arcana.
Yeah, feel free. Roll Knowledge Arcana and see if you can figure out anything on any effects or known things that this could have adverse effects on.
Also, where did you put that medallion, Essa? Since I did hand it to you.
Oh, it's in the sack on my side.
Okay. Just making sure that it's known where it is.
As you take a look at it, James, you are not familiar enough with red lyrium to know to have heard of any accounts of anything major, like specifically to it. Death Ore in general is as the general name that you being a merchant, you know it by its actual name, but having been a minor noble, you also heard the term Death Ore used just as commonly or as interchangeably. And would know that Death Ore is as wild as most magics can be. It's similar to what what some people depict as orc magic to be like, and it is extremely chaotic. There's no documented effects that can be caused between the two separately, and that those few that have been depicted from the blue, or rather lyrium as it was later called, or rather it is called, would know that the lyrium at max has never been known to cause someone to disappear or vanish or to see things.
Well, we now have an effect that seems to be unique to red lyrium. 2 of them if you're seeing invisible shit.
Do you know invisibility? We could test it out.
The only thing I know that is technically invisible is Unseen Servant, but that's more of a force. It doesn't have a form.
You could try it. I'd be curious. See if there's something there. Maybe cast a spell farther away from me than you normally would. Like maybe across the ship.
Or
away.
maybe wait till he's done holding on to,
Or that.
Let's wait till you aren't holding on to what is the equivalent of a magical nuclear.
Thank you for reminding
a magical bomb.
I mean,
telling him that again. You can only help his nerve.
Oh yeah, I feel like some basis of intelligence as you look down at it and then realize again, wait a minute, I'm still holding this in my hand. As you lot spend the rest of the day traveling, kind of as James kind of looks up and down, starts doing some asking around from the giants, looking into the library in the captain's quarters.
Curious if you ask me a bunch of medical questions, like
Yeah.
or like question the shit out of me.
As you go through everything, nothing seems to be different about Rollman. As he would Rollman describe what the dream and like the experience, or is he gonna keep that to himself?
I don't see that as important.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So as you continue like asking and going through about his medical, making sure he's all good and checking everything, you lot finally, as the sun starts to set, land in the city of Kurar Castle. As you land, you notice the other ships that were there earlier. Many of them seem to have taken off. The docks seem to be kind of quiet as you come to a landing and see the portmaster kind of looks over at you lot for a moment and then shakes his head as he goes back into his little his shack after he sees your emblem. You lot managed to dock the ship without any issue.
All right. Now where
Let's go
do
turn
we
this in
turn
at
this
the
in?
Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
As you head in immediately holding this thing, kind of walking through the black market. Now it is in a bag, so it's covered. Essa,
We
are
advertise a
you?
wide load.
Yeah, I was gonna
in
say,
some
Essa,
regard.
are you going in with Shenyet, or are you walking this time?
No, I'm going with Shinhead. Shinhead helps as an extra guard. I don't want someone stealing our lyric.
That's fair. As the four of you kind of disembark and head into the city, you kind of leaving, kind of heading through the black market or the open market. That seems to have quieted down. A few merchants here and there that are selling food, but most of the people that seemed that were here earlier in the morning seem to have taken off at this point. You lot head into the main city without any issues. The guards not even seeming to acknowledge you lot as you walk past. The city's kind of dead on the second floor, as you notice. Many of the Toth seem to have returned to their quarters, or at least their district of the nobles district, or the religious for those who are part of it. As you lot kind of head down, following a few alleys, like the kid showed you, not really understanding the road system, but now knowing only how to get through this side like routes. You lot come across the Adventurers Guild once more, the Crow's Bar Guild, as you see Featherspell trying and failing to convince one of the half-giant adventurers to give back a bottle of what looks to be some sort of dark liquor, as he wrestles it from him, or the half-giant kind of wrestles it from him and walks away with it, as he kind of like spits at the guy in the guy's general direction and sits back down reading something.
We'll walk, we'll
Not our
walk
problem.
in.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for him, but there's not much I can do.
Also, not our
I'm
problem.
not paying for shit. Yeah. We completed the Lyrium quest.
Death Or quest.
The Death Or quest, sorry.
It was written death or
Yeah, and you want your cobalt?
Yeah.
Alright, set the fucking thing on the counter. Y'all didn't.
We got more than the requested amount, but that was for our safety.
Alright, I got one question for you. As he kind of like breaks up this little little magnify tiny eyeglass that he pulls out that you see suddenly activates some as it glows with magic as he looks closer at it, unbagging it completely and kind of grabbing it with his bare hands without concern. He starts to inspect it, and he kind of looks up at you and goes, "You didn't happen to be part of the lot who was drinking here earlier, did you?"
No?
Somebody slammed on my desk and woke me up from a nap, but I don't remember who it was. And I stole a bunch of liquors, what those adventurers from earlier told me. Oh.
You know the upside out of game. Essa doesn't know this happened, so Essa's just going, no, it wasn't us.
James is gonna honestly go, no, didn't take any liquor. We were here earlier, we grabbed these off the board.
Don't mention the sleep thing, Cameron, because if you say it, it'd be a lie. I don't know what happened.
No, I'm just saying we came here, we grabbed these off the board.
Kind of looks at you and... Really? Interesting.
Essa looks legitimately confused.
He looks back down at the rock and kind of like inspects it as he kind of looks at it. And kind of, you see as he gets really close, he starts to sniff it for a second and kind of starts smacking it with a piece of metal that he pulls out from under his desk as it seems to make a...
Every time he hits it with something, James is ducking.
Nah, he's the expert. I'm just staring.
It makes a dinging sound, almost like a sing, as the blue coloration becomes brighter and lighter. As he looks over at James and looks over at Rollman and Essa and goes, "Something wrong with your merchant? Does he not know how to handle lyrium?"
Never been properly trained on it, no. And every time I've ever come near it, I've ended up having something bad happen.
Now, see, smart thing you gotta learn is, first off, don't do this if you're holding magic items, because, see, like this, as he pulls out his stick and pokes it, and you watch as the little stick explodes in his hand.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
That is not a good idea. Now, I didn't even know that would happen. That could have turned into lava. Last time it set itself on fire. Kind of as he pulls a splinter out of his finger, and kind of like sucks on his thumb and goes, I wasn't actually expecting that one. Anyways, he smacks it a little harder with the metal rod again, and you hear the sing kind of goes out throughout the end. It seems to like ring out, and he goes, "This is high quality. I didn't expect anybody to go into those mines. I mean, the Medusa were in there just last night. I didn't think anybody would be stupid enough to go back in there. You guys got lucky. You must have set out like this morning, or like a little after this morning, to manage to miss those creatures."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning,
Shortly
I
after we
killed all
grabbed
the
the quest.
gray renders that were there. We got this. Yeah.
Grey
I
renders?
thought they were Greylocks.
Grimlocks.
Grimlock?
Grimlock.
Oh, you got any of the meat? Oh, well, sell well here.
Yeah, I dismantled the bodies.
Oh, I'd recommend taking it to the inn. They'll buy it off you for at usually double market price to sell it, because rich folk around here will buy anything that's gone wild. They call it free ranged. It's a whole new fad amongst the nobles.
You know what? I am so
From my
doing this.
estimation, this is about 60 pounds of lyrium.
Oh yeah, it gave me 6 times it. It's not what I asked for. Alright, I'll give you 2 options. I'll give you 6 times the reward, or I can break off the 10 pounds and give you the rest of what's left over.
6 times the reward is very, very
That's
acceptable.
perfect.
Alright, let me get out. He pulls out his scale and pulls out a couple of chunks of cobalt and starts sitting down, putting them out, and goes, "Alright, so that's 21 bars, so... Okay. Alright, there he kind of scooches them over as he hands you these brightly colored metal bars.
Will take them and slide them into his bag of holding.
They almost look as if they're hardened Play-Doh as you kind of get them out, and as you tap them, looking them over, they're legitimate cobalt. As you put them in your bag, they seem to kind of give the same metal clang and everything. And he goes, "Alright, if you didn't do anything with it, unless you're gonna help me find my missing liquor, get the fuck out of here and leave me alone."
Alright, cool. See ya.
See ya.
Good doing business with you, sir.
Yeah, you damn elven kind, with nothing more than what you smell like.
Oh, my place still smell like shit, huh?
You're still covered in dirt.
Both
yeah.
covered in shit.
And
Come on.
bison.
I will use... Once we're outside the Adventurers Guild, I'll use Prestidigitation so I have an hour of minor magic effects and clean us both up.
Okay. Is
I'm
that
gonna
a
go sell the sacks full of meat I now have and everything.
okay?
Sacks.
And is that cantrip, or is that a because remember
That is
you
level 0. That was my last level 0 spell of the day.
okay? Be careful with how many spells you use. All right. So you have 180 pounds. Oh, sorry, 140 pounds of meat, because 40 pounds of guts. 140 pounds of meat times 12. That is. Grumpy? 1,680. Jesus Christ, I'm impressed. You are as fast as my calculator. That's scary.
We're about to make a few trips, and I'm selling all this meat I killed.
Yeah,
butchered.
James will help carry.
Alright,
I
so
can lug things.
that will give you so you will get offered 2 prices depending on, well, which inn are you gonna go to? Are you going to the one you were at earlier, or are you gonna go to the nobleman's inn?
Well, he said it was a noble fad, right?
Yes.
Then the noble.
Noble.
Alright, so that's 10 times, not 5 times. So you pull off 16,800 gold pieces.
Yes.
Funny.
As the innkeeper, as you kind of head over, I imagine probably the next day when after things have opened up a bit more. And as you kind of head in, meeting the gentleman or not even going into the main inn, seeing the nobleman. I imagine just as you go around the side, seeing the chefs that are kind of coming in and out. As you find one of the ones that look more important, he offers you 10 gold pieces on the pound. As he seems excited about it, noting that he can sell for 20 easily. And he immediately, as he sees you start bringing it, as you start bringing it up, he finally pulls out a sack of coin. Before you even finish the final order, he pays you off in full, excitedly, and hands you his master's card. So you now have a card with Valtor Darkwaddle.
Valtor Darkwaddle. Okay.
Mm-hmm. We have Darkwaddle's card. I will pass him along the card for the Ironheart Merchant Company, too.
The guy will smile, and the chef will go, I will make sure to get in contact with you when I have another order. In fact, any meat you got that you want to sell when you're in these territories, you come talk to me first. I may not be Valtor, but I can make Valtor will promote me like no other if I can get these sales going.
We can see about doing that. We have. I'll look at us. Do we want to get rid of the bison with him then?
I mean, if he wants to buy the bison, we just have the animal sitting there.
I will say they are also a source of milk for your crew.
Yeah, but we don't need 2 of them currently. Oh wait, no, we have the Thunder Rock.
If we don't keep both bison, the one will stop producing milk eventually. Not because it's done via.
What about the bird? How about the bird then?
I mean, we don't need the Thunder Rock. Does he want Thunder Rock meat?
He will definitely take it. I'm just pulling up what the cost would be.
It's an exotic creature. It's something interesting. Why not?
I'm sure
it's alive.
That'll be the special for a day.
Oh, you know it. Let me find it, cause like, there it is. Wait, what was it called again?
Let me go over.
Oh, it was a Thunderscale Raptor. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He will offer you. He'll offer you the same pricing.
Pheasant Hawk is what it is. Sorry.
Thunderbeak Pheasant Hawk. That's what it was. Okay.
16-foot wingspan.
All right.
We have a male one, so it's not laying eggs.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't even be worried about selling it.
Also, close. Lightning Beak, not Thunder.
Lightning Beak.
It's got 3 names.
No, it's a Lightning Beak Pheasant Hawk. Because I just searched lightning. I just searched pheasant and went up to the thing.
Yeah. He offers you around 10,000 gold pieces for it.
Is that a good deal?
You don't know. You don't know what the market price for it is.
Can I roll a price for that? Or
you can try and you can try and appraise on it for the price, or you can do a mercantile check. Either one.
We can also then, we already know an egg of these creatures sells for 1,000.
And this is male, so
This is 10,000. It can't breed because it's just single male. And for most of the early ones, the eggs are more expensive than the creature for the other stuff we've sold so far.
Mm-hmm. What'd you say?
That's a 23 for profession mercantile.
As you kind of guess there, they are 1,000 per egg, so females are worth a lot of money. Yours is a male, and as you kind of take a second to think on it, it doesn't have a lot of meat on it because it is a pheasant. Hawk is a predator bird, so it's not very meaty. He's probably offering you a high-end deal because he knows he's going to be able to serve it once to some high noble for like twice that, maybe 3 times that.
It's going to be one crazy.
So
one crazy special.
He and I'll go get it and I'll bring it up to him.
Oh, he smiles as you hand it to him, and he goes, "It's even alive? Perfect."
All right. Well, I would say I should get it, but if you got it, it went fine. Okay.
Yeah. He'll take it, and he'll hand you the 10k gold pieces immediately upon.
Yeah.
Excitedly hiding, and you hear in the background as it will be killed almost immediately.
It's gonna be fresh.
Do we still have any excess cheese as well? Like I said, we'd be setting some aside.
It's up to you.
Because I'll offer it to him.
He, as far as cheese goes, he will turn it down, and mention they have what they call, potion cream cheese.
I would say noble stuff. They want exotic. They want weird stuff.
Well, I mean, it is the cheese from a
but it's still bison at the end of the day.
He does mention that meat is mainly what the nobles eat, and they like their free-ranged meat. So monster meat is always value. Poisonous is not bothered. They just put a warning on it, and those who are willing to pay for it. Or
Thinks for a moment about the fucking thing of blood.
I was just about to say, do you care about the blood?
The mimic. I lift up the water skin of coagulated mimic. This is blood of the Golden City mimic.
I'm stepping away. I'm not opening that.
It's also it's like a year old.
It's old though.
It's fermented.
He looks at it for a second. You see, he kind of grabs it from you. He goes, "Do you mind?"
Go ahead.
He opens it. You see him take a big whiff as the smell is horrendous, and he goes, "I can make an alcohol out of this."
How much?
And then,
knowing how rare this is, how much will you offer? That is from the Golden City mimic, the giant one.
it's spoiled though.
It's
That's
fermented.
fair.
No, it's fermented.
I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces.
I see future prosperity with you. I'll take that.
He kind of spits his hand and holds it out for you.
I'll shake his hand.
As you do, he hands you the last of the 1,000 gold pieces, and takes the blood. You watch as he goes into the back, kind of like disappears for a moment as he holds up his finger for you to wait. You hear a wet slapping sound, like kind of emanate from the kitchen as he comes back out and hands you the bag back, or the water skin, rather.
Water skin.
I can have my water skin back now.
It's still.
No,
it's
that
still.
was my
James.
water skin. That was my. And I already replaced it.
The
This
chef.
is now the blood skin. If we need to bleed a monster, we're putting it in here.
The chef looks at you and goes, "Anything else you got for on offer?"
Unless you know someone who's interested in piles of mimic shit, not really.
Unless he wants Murlocs for some reason.
Wait, we have Murloc?
Yeah, we have 4 Murlocs.
Oh yeah, we have Murlocs.
Murlocs aren't exotic around these parts. You can get them pretty easily. They make good slaves, so you could probably take them back down to the last latch.
Might do that later.
It's a slavers guild ran by what was that Rakshasa's name? Oh, I don't remember. Some plucky fellow.
Might be good to get them offloaded.
He nods and he kind of goes, "All right, well, if there's no more business, I've got a shift to keep up and some chefs to yell at." And he kind of turns and closes the door.
Have a wonderful day, sir.
He nods and kind of heads in. You hear him start belting out orders as he does. You lot kind of find yourselves.
It's the ship.
Yeah, I imagine heading back to the merchants district, especially the immediately getting out of the nobleman's area. As you watch the sun going down, there's no light, and you start to see some of the guards coming out with what I can only describe. The only way to describe it would be like long-looking or very large-looking slingshots, but instead of having a sling at the top of them, they have what looks to be some sort of chain that you can see slightly glows in the darkness. These guards seem to be what you recognize as slave catchers.
I'm sticking with Essa because they aren't allowed to enslave her, from my understanding.
Yep, we're going back to the ship.
As you do so, you do notice some of the guards seem to eye you up, and some do start to chase after you have to, making you guys run a bit as you notice the numbers coming. But as you make it to the merchants district, the guards kind of seem to get a light chuckle as they see you lot kind of slightly, not out of breath, but like slightly winded from the jogging. As one of them comments on the fact that you all would make great slaves.
Well, I'm riding a wolf, so I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Shenyet, who's not bothering. Poor James, who's sitting over here for having to run.
James is
first line.
sweating. He smells heavily already. It's not been his day.
At Shenyet's speed, I think Shenyet could do a light jog and not be caught by these people.
Yeah.
So.
As you lot kind of head back down to the lower district, you see the lower market seems to have lit back up as people seem to be now coming in for the later night. Pirates seeming to be laughing, call girls walking about giggling. The market kind of lights up as you lot head through and head towards your ship.
Tomorrow we'll try and offload those magic items. We can see about selling the scrolls possibly to the mages area.
Mm-hmm. I'm also interested. I might see if there's a library. I want to see the history of that mine. See what those statues might be about. While you mercantile it up.
While I sell some of the stuff we don't need.
Yeah.
And then we can probably head out and see about doing either the, the dimensional
The pit
boars,
bees.
or we can see about the Zill at this point.
Yeah.
It's bedtime.
All right. As you lot start to kind of wrap up, head into your quarters to kind of relax, unwind, eat some some rations made by the chef. You can all mark off for rations for it. Essa, you can mark off too because of Shunyet. James, you can mark off too because of BK. As
I don't think BK needs to eat. He's eaten enough already.
Dude, BK's got to eat, otherwise he'll give the eyes all night.
Oh my god! Imagine he's staring at you just sleeping.
Puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, and this is a mule who has no problem getting into your bed and like looking at you like with his head like right up in your face.
He will pull a full Garfield.
Yep, there's gonna be like you're gonna feel heavy breathing on your face all night.
He's yours to feed, I guess.
As you lot kind of head into your own little area, your own areas, you each kind of relaxing, getting your gear together, doing your nightly routines. The night goes on, and as the morning comes, a new day coming together. The sun rises, a warm 80 to 90 degree heat that seems to kind of permeate from the underground here. Seems to kind of expand, and the lack of wind kind of brings very thick humidity, unfortunately, to the air, as it seems slightly wet, but yet also not giving any relief from the wind. You lot find yourselves getting ready for the day. As you sit down for breakfast, we will end session here. We thank you all for watching, and we will see you all next time.